Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The mysterious library. Late one evening, when the campus was cloaked in silence, a young student named Daniel wandered through the dimly lit aisles of the university library. Daniel had a peculiar hobby, searching for overlooked, dusty corners of the library where forgotten treasures might lie. The scent of aged paper and the faint hum of fluorescent lights were comforts to him, a sanctuary from the chaos of the outside world. On this particular night, his wandering took him to an area of the library he didn't recognize. The path was marked by rows of unmarked shelves, their contents barely visible under the flickering light. At the very end of this secluded aisle, a small, unassuming door stood ajar. The door bore no sign, no indication of what lay beyond. Intrigued, Daniel pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was dim, with a single flickering bulb casting long shadows. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with ancient tomes whose spines bore no titles. Dust motes danced in the stale air as Daniel ran a finger along the books. He pulled out a volume at random and opened it. The pages were filled with an elegant script, the ink so fresh it seemed to shimmer under the light. The story began innocently enough, detailing mundane events in a small town. But as he turned the pages, Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The narrative described events that mirrored his own life with unnerving accuracy. Names, locations, and even conversations were captured perfectly. His unease deepened as he read a passage that described his exact actions that very night, wandering into the library, finding the hidden door, and opening the very book he now held. Daniel slammed the book shut, his hands trembling. He placed it back on the shelf and turned to leave, but the door was no longer there. The room had shifted. Where there had been solid walls, there were now more shelves, extending into an impossible infinity. The air grew colder, and Daniel felt the weight of unseen eyes watching him. Panic set in as he began pulling books from the shelves at random, hoping for a clue, an explanation, anything. Each book told stories that seemed to lead back to him. One described him standing exactly where he was now, trapped in a labyrinth of stories that folded in on themselves. Another depicted an ending too horrifying to comprehend, a shadowy figure emerging from the shelves, its face a blank void, reaching for him. Desperate, Daniel tore through the books until he found one that was blank. No text, no illustrations, only a reflective surface that rippled like liquid. Against his better judgment, he touched the page. The room dissolved around him, replaced by a vast, empty library, stretching endlessly into darkness. The shelves were filled with books, and each book bore his name. In the distance, Daniel heard a voice whispering his name. It grew louder, closer, until he realized it was his own voice, calling out in desperation. The last thing he saw before the light in the room extinguished completely was his reflection, staring back at him from the blank pages of the book. The shadow in the mirror. Samantha moved into her new apartment on a cool autumn evening. The place was small but cozy, filled with the charm of old wood floors and antique fixtures. One item, in particular, caught her attention, a large, ornate mirror mounted on the wall of her bedroom. Its frame was carved with intricate patterns of vines and flowers, and the glass had a slightly warped quality that distorted reflections just enough to be unsettling. At first, she admired the mirror's craftsmanship, but something about it felt off. It seemed to dominate the room, drawing her gaze involuntarily whenever she entered. She shook off the feeling, attributing it to her overactive imagination. After all, moving to a new place was always a bit disorienting. On her third night in the apartment, Samantha sat at her vanity, brushing her hair before bed. As she stared into the mirror, she noticed a shadow flicker in the corner of the glass. She froze, her brush mid-stroke, and scanned the room behind her. Nothing was out of place. The only light came from her bedside lamp, casting soft, warm hues across the walls. She turned back to the mirror, her pulse quickening. The shadow was gone. The next few nights were uneventful, and Samantha began to convince herself she had imagined the whole thing. But one night, as she lay in bed scrolling through her phone, she glanced at the mirror and saw it again, a dark, indistinct shape lingering in the corner of the reflection. Didn't look away. She sat up, staring intently, trying to discern what it was. The longer she stared, the more the shadow seemed to take form. It wasn't just a formless blur, it had contours, a vague suggestion of a human figure. Her breath hitched as the shadow moved, not in response to her own movements but independently, as if it had a mind of its own. It swayed slightly, then stopped, as though it realized it was being watched. Samantha leapt from her bed and threw a blanket over the mirror, her hands trembling. That night, she slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares of dark figures pressing against the edges of her dreams. Days turned into weeks, and Samantha avoided looking at the mirror altogether. She told herself she was being silly, that the stress of moving and adjusting to a new routine was playing tricks on her mind. But deep down, she knew something was wrong. One evening, as she was cleaning her room, she accidentally knocked the blanket off the mirror. The bare glass stared back at her, and she froze. There, standing in the center of the reflection, was the shadow, clearer than ever before. Its head tilted slightly, as if it were studying her. The figure mimicked her movements but with a delay that sent shivers down her spine. When she raised her arm, it followed suit a second later, its motions jerky and unnatural. Samantha backed away, but the shadow stepped forward in the reflection. Her chest tightened as panic set in. Determined to rid herself of the mirror, she called a local antique dealer to haul it away. The man arrived the next morning, a burly figure with a weathered face. He examined the mirror with a frown. "This is an unusual piece," he muttered. "You sure you want to get rid of it? It could be valuable." "Take it," Samantha insisted, her voice shaky. "I don't want it anymore." That night, for the first time since she'd moved in, Samantha felt a sense of relief. But her reprieve was short-lived. As she got ready for bed, she noticed a faint outline on the bedroom wall where the mirror had hung, as though the shadow had imprinted itself there. She rubbed at it, but it wouldn't fade. Exhausted, she decided to ignore it. At exactly 3 a.m., she woke to a cold draft sweeping through her room. Her breath misted in the air as she glanced around, disoriented. The walls seemed darker, and the faint outline of the shadow was no longer faint, it was sharp, defined, and growing. The shadow peeled itself from the wall, unfurling like smoke, and stood at the foot of her bed. Samantha couldn't scream, her voice caught in her throat as the figure loomed closer. Its face, or what should have been its face, was a void, an emptiness that pulled at her very soul. In one swift motion, the shadow leaned forward and whispered in her ear, a single word she could barely comprehend before darkness consumed her. The Lost City. Dr. Ethan Blackwood had spent his life chasing the remnants of ancient civilizations, hidden cities buried under the rainforest canopy, forgotten tombs, and artifacts that should never see the light of day. His colleagues thought, the Lost City. Dr. Ethan Blackwood had spent his life chasing the remnants of ancient civilizations, hidden cities buried under the rainforest canopy, forgotten tombs, and artifacts that should never see the light of day. His colleagues thought he was obsessed, but Ethan knew there was more to the world than what history books revealed. When a local guide brought him news of an untouched city hidden deep in the Amazon, his excitement was palpable. Equipped with satellite images, detailed maps, and a crew of experts, Ethan ventured into the heart of the rainforest. The trek was grueling, the oppressive heat and humidity sapping their energy with each step. For days, they navigated through thick underbrush, across narrow river crossings, and through mosquito-infested swamps. But Ethan's determination kept them moving, knowing that the reward could be the discovery of a lifetime. After weeks of searching, they found it, an overgrown settlement nestled in the shadow of a massive waterfall. The city was unlike anything Ethan had ever seen, its architecture was alien, with blocks of stone arranged in ways that defied logic. The walls were covered in strange carvings and pictograms that no one could decipher. As the crew explored, they found evidence of advanced technology, metal tools, pottery with intricate patterns, and what appeared to be solar panels embedded in the walls of some buildings. Ethan was convinced they had found a lost civilization that had mastered something beyond their time. He ordered the team to photograph, document, and secure the site for further study. But as they delved deeper, something changed. The atmosphere grew heavy, the air thick with an oppressive stillness. Shadows seemed to follow them, bending around corners, flitting between the trees. One evening, as the sun set and the temperature dropped, Ethan and his team gathered around a small fire, trying to fend off the chill. It was then that one of the younger members, Emily, noticed something odd. "Look," she said, pointing to a carving on a nearby stone wall. "It's not just a carving, it's a map." The others crowded around, staring at the intricate lines and symbols etched into the stone. Emily traced the path with her finger, her brow furrowing. "It looks like it's showing the way to another part of the city," she said. "Or maybe another city entirely." Ethan's heart raced as he realized the implications. If this was a map to a second, hidden city, it could be another breakthrough, a second civilization, untouched by time. He made the decision to follow the map's instructions the next day. As they ventured deeper into the rainforest, the path became narrower and more treacherous. The crew had to hack their way through dense underbrush, often losing the trail and having to retrace their steps. The landscape grew more foreboding with each passing hour. Trees seemed to close in around them, their canopies forming a dark, oppressive roof overhead. When they finally arrived at their destination, it was like stepping into a different world. The city was built on a cliff, its buildings perched precariously above a chasm that seemed to go on forever. The air was colder here, the mist from the waterfall more persistent. The city itself was far more elaborate than the first, with terraces, bridges, and a central plaza that seemed to pulse with an unnatural light. Ethan's team moved cautiously, photographing and recording everything they saw. But as they explored, they noticed strange occurrences. Objects would vanish in front of their eyes, only to reappear moments later in a different location. Sounds seemed to echo from nowhere, voices murmuring in languages no one recognized. The air was thick with the scent of ancient herbs, and sometimes, in the corners of their eyes, they saw fleeting shadows, dark shapes that seemed to move independently of the natural light. "Ethan," a voice whispered from behind him. "Don't look too closely." He spun around, but there was no one there. The crew was at the fire, laughing and joking, completely unaware of the figure that seemed to be growing closer, inching ever so slightly towards him. That night, Ethan had nightmares. He dreamt of the city, but it was different, overgrown, with vines creeping up the buildings and the ground littered with bones. When he woke, he found himself alone in the dark, his crew members nowhere to be found. The campsite was empty, no fire, no tents, no trace of his team. He searched for hours, calling their names, but the only answer was silence. The shadows seemed to press in on him from all sides. And the air grew colder with each step. It was then that he realized he wasn't alone. There were figures moving in the darkness, following him, watching him. Ethan's heart pounded as he made his way back to the first city, hoping that there he would find answers. But when he arrived, the city was gone. The trees had closed in, the ruins hidden under a thick layer of foliage. The map he had used was now blank, as though it had never existed. Trapped in the heart of the rainforest, Ethan waited for days, surviving on what little food and water he had brought with him. Each night, the shadows grew closer, whispering in languages he couldn't understand. When he finally made his way back to civilization, his mind was fractured, his sanity slipping away. He never spoke of the city again, his research abandoned, his notes lost. To this day, no one knows the location of the lost city. It's as though it was never there, a shadow swallowed by the jungle. The Whispering Forest, it started as a simple weekend getaway. For friends, Lila, Sam, Marcus, and Julia had decided to escape the city and spend a few days camping in the heart of Whispering Pines National Park. Known for its towering trees and tranquil beauty, the park was the perfect place to unwind and disconnect from the constant buzz of their daily lives. The group arrived late on a Friday afternoon, the sun dipping low on the horizon as they set up camp in a small clearing. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds. Lila, always the outdoorsy one, took charge of pitching the tents while Marcus and Julia gathered firewood. Sam, armed with a camera, wandered off to capture the fading light filtering through the trees. As night fell, the friends sat around the crackling fire, laughing and sharing stories. The forest, though dark and vast, felt peaceful, almost welcoming. But as the fire burned lower, an uneasy stillness settled over the group. The usual night sounds, crickets, owls, the rustling of small animals, seemed to fade away, replaced by an oppressive silence. "Do you hear that?" Julia asked suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hear what?" Marcus replied, tossing another log onto the fire. "That sound," she said, tilting her head. The others fell silent, straining to hear. At first, there was nothing. Then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, they heard it, a soft whispering, like wind moving through the trees. But the air was still. "It's probably just the wind," Lila said, though her voice lacked conviction. "Or maybe an animal." Sam shook his head. "No way. That's something else." They decided to brush it off and went to bed, but sleep did not come easily. Lila lay awake, staring at the shadows dancing on the walls of her tent. The whispering continued, faint and intermittent, like a conversation just out of earshot. It seemed to be coming from the trees themselves, their towering forms casting eerie silhouettes against the starlit sky. The next morning, the group tried to laugh it off. Over breakfast, Marcus joked about haunted forests and Julia teased him about being scared of a few whispers. But the unease lingered, an unspoken tension that none of them could shake. As they hiked through the forest later that day, Sam stopped abruptly. "Wait," he said, pointing to a tree. "Look at this." The others gathered around to see what he was pointing at. Carved into the bark was a series of strange symbols, circles, lines, and patterns that looked almost like runes. The carvings were old, the edges worn smooth by time, but their presence was unmistakable. "What do you think it means?" Julia asked. "No idea," Lila replied, running her fingers over the grooves. "Probably just some old markings. Maybe from the indigenous tribes that used to live here. Or maybe," Marcus said with a smirk, "it's a warning." That night, the whispering grew louder. It no longer came from a distance, it seemed to surround them, weaving through the trees and pressing against the thin walls of their tents. The voices were clearer now, though the words were still indecipherable, a jumble of sounds that sent chills down their spines. Julia was the first to break. She unzipped her tent and stepped out, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. "I can't take it anymore," she said, her voice trembling. "I need to see what's out there." "Are you crazy?" Lila hissed, following her. "You can't just go wandering around at night." But Julia was already moving toward the edge of the clearing, her flashlight beam bouncing off the trees. Reluctantly, the others followed, their own flashlights casting long, flickering shadows. The whispering grew louder as they moved deeper into the forest. The symbols they had seen earlier appeared on more trees, their patterns more intricate and ominous. The air grew colder, and a sense of dread settled over the group. "Wait," Sam said, stopping abruptly. "Look at the ground." The others shone their flashlights downward and gasped. The forest floor was littered with bones, small ones at first, like those of birds or squirrels. But as they continued, the bones grew larger, human-sized. Some were ancient, weathered and broken, while others looked disturbingly fresh. "We need to leave," Lila said, her voice shaking. "Now." They turned back, but the path they had taken was gone. The forest had shifted, the trees closing in around them, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers. Panic set in as they realized they were hopelessly lost. The whispering was deafening now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from the very ground beneath their feet. Shapes moved in the shadows, tall, spindly figures with glowing eyes that watched them from the darkness. The friends huddled together, their flashlights flickering as the batteries began to die. "What do you want?" Julia shouted into the darkness. "Leave us alone." The whispering stopped abruptly, replaced by a chilling silence. Then, a single voice spoke, clear and resonant, "You trespassed where you do not belong." The ground beneath them trembled, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches reaching out like claws. The friends ran, their fear driving them deeper into the forest. But no matter which direction they went, the symbols followed, carved into every tree, glowing faintly in the darkness. One by one, the friends disappeared. First Julia, then Marcus, swallowed by the shadows without a sound. Lila and Sam clung to each other, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. When they finally stumbled into a clearing, the first rays of dawn breaking over the horizon, they thought they were safe, but the forest had one final trick. As they looked around, they realized the clearing wasn't empty. It was filled with figures, tall, thin shapes made of shadow and bark, their eyes glowing like embers. They encircled the remaining two friends, their voices a low, harmonious whisper. The last thing Lila and Sam saw was the forest closing in around them, the trees forming a wall that blotted out the sun. When a search party arrived weeks later, they found no trace of the group, only their abandoned campsite and strange symbols carved into the trees. To this day, no one who ventures into the whispering forest comes back unchanged, if they come back at all. The House That Calls. In the quiet town of Hollowbrook, there was a house that everyone knew but no one spoke about. It sat at the end of Ashwood Lane, shrouded by overgrown trees and a rusting iron gate. The paint on its walls had long since peeled away, revealing weathered wood beneath, and its windows were dark, like empty eyes watching over the town. To most, it was simply the house, a place whispered about in hushed tones but never openly discussed. Legend had it that the house called to people. No one could explain how or why, but those who entered were never seen again. Some said it was cursed, built on sacred ground. Others claimed it was a portal to another world, a place where the veil between realms was thin. Whatever the reason, the townsfolk gave it a wide berth, crossing to the other side of the street if they had to pass it and warning their children never to go near. For years, the house stood silent, a grim monument to forgotten times. But one summer, 3 teenagers, Danny, Claire, and Jacob, decided to test the legend. They were bored, restless, and eager to prove they weren't afraid of the town's ghost stories. "Let's go tonight," Danny said, his voice filled with false bravado. "We'll go in, look around, and come back out." "Easy." Claire hesitated. "I don't know, Danny. What if the stories are true?" "They're not," Jacob said, rolling his eyes. It's just an old house. There's nothing in there except dust and maybe some rats. Don't tell me you believe in that calling nonsense. Claire didn't reply, but the unease in her expression was clear. Still, she didn't want to be the one to back out. So that night, under the light of a pale moon, the three of them climbed over the rusting gate and made their way to the front door. The air around the house felt different, heavier, colder, as if it carried a weight that pressed down on them. The wooden porch creaked under their footsteps, and the door, though weathered and warped, opened with a single touch. Inside, the house was silent. Dust coated every surface, and cobwebs draped the corners like curtains. The air smelled of decay and something else, something sweet and cloying. Like rotting flowers. Danny held up his flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. "See?" he said, his voice echoing slightly. "Nothing scary here." But Claire wasn't convinced. She could feel something, a presence just out of sight, watching them. As they moved deeper into the house, the feeling grew stronger. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows lengthening and shifting in ways that didn't match the beam of the flashlight. In the living room, they found a strange arrangement. The furniture was still in place, though covered in thick layers of dust, as if the house had been abandoned in a hurry. But on the coffee table, there was something out of place, a small porcelain doll. Its glassy eyes staring blankly ahead. "Creepy," Jacob muttered, picking it up. As he did, a faint sound echoed through the room. It was a soft hum, low and rhythmic, like a distant song. "Did you hear that?" Claire whispered, her voice trembling. "It's just the wind," Danny said, though he didn't sound convinced. They continued to explore, moving from room to room. Each was more unsettling than the last. Bedrooms with beds that looked as though they had been slept in just the night before, a dining room table set for a meal that was never eaten. And always, that humming, growing louder with each step. By the time they reached the basement door, Claire had had enough. "We should leave," she said, her voice breaking. "I don't like this." "Just a quick look downstairs," Danny said, gripping the door handle. "Then we'll go." The basement smelled worse than the rest of the house, the stench of mold and damp earth mingling with the same sickly sweet odor they had noticed before. The steps creaked ominously as they descended, the flashlight beam bouncing with each step. At the bottom, they found a large, empty room with walls of bare stone. In the center, there was a circle of candles, long since burned out, and strange symbols painted on the floor in a dark, dried substance. "What is this?" Jacob asked, stepping closer. "Looks like some kind of ritual," Danny said, kneeling to get a better look. But before he could touch the markings, the humming stopped. For a moment, there was silence, thick, oppressive silence that seemed to press against their ears. Then the whispers began. They came from every direction, soft at first, but growing louder and more insistent. Words in a language they couldn't understand, layered upon one another, forming an overwhelming cacophony. The walls seemed to pulse, the air vibrating with an unnatural energy. "We have to go," Claire screamed, grabbing Danny's arm. But the moment they turned to flee, the basement door slammed shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot. The room grew darker, the flashlight flickering and then dying. In the pitch black, the whispers became screams, and the three friends were plunged into chaos. Something moved in the darkness, something large and fast. Its presence felt more than seen. Claire reached out, trying to find Danny or Jacob, but her hands met only empty air. One by one, the voices fell silent, and the house returned to its eerie stillness. By morning, there was no sign of the teenagers. Their families searched for weeks, but no trace of them was ever found. The house remains at the end of Ashwood Lane, silent and waiting. Some say they can still hear the humming if they stand close enough, a low, rhythmic call that beckons to anyone foolish enough to listen, and the house is always calling. It always will. The endless road, it was supposed to be a simple trip. Mark had driven the route countless times before, 2 hours along the main highway to visit his parents in the countryside. But this time, construction and a massive traffic jam forced him to take a detour. Frustrated and eager to make up for lost time, he ignored his GPS's protests and turned onto a narrow side road. The road was quiet, bordered by dense trees on either side. It wound its way through the forest in long, lazy curves, the asphalt cracked and weathered in places. Mark didn't think much of it at first. Country roads were often poorly maintained. He turned up the radio and focused on the drive, confident the road would lead him back to the highway soon enough. But as the minutes turned to hours, unease began to creep in. The forest seemed endless, the trees blurring together into a monotonous wall of green. The sun, which had been high in the sky when he first turned onto the road, was now sinking low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the asphalt. Mark glanced at his GPS again. The screen showed a single, unmarked road stretching into the distance, with no turns, no intersections, and no end in sight. His phone had no signal, the small bars in the corner replaced by an ominous no service. "Great," he muttered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Just great." As the light faded and the shadows deepened, Mark turned on his headlights. The road ahead was empty, a straight ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the darkness. He hadn't seen another car since he started the detour, not even a house or a mailbox. It was as if he were the only person in this part of the world, and then he saw it, a figure standing by the side of the road, barely visible in the fading light. Mark slowed down, squinting to make out the details. It was a man, dressed in a dark coat, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. He didn't move as Mark's car approached, just stood there, still as a statue. Mark's heart raced. He wasn't sure why, but the sight of the man filled him with unease. Something about the way he stood, so unnaturally still, sent chills down his spine. Mark pressed on the gas, driving past without stopping. In his rearview mirror, the man remained motionless, his head slightly tilted as if watching Mark's car disappear into the distance. The road continued, unchanging and endless. The trees on either side seemed to close in, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The radio crackled with static, and Mark turned it off, the silence somehow more bearable. He glanced at the clock on his dashboard. 7:45 p.m. He had been driving for hours now, far longer than the detour should have taken. A sinking feeling settled in his stomach as he realized he hadn't seen a single sign or marker since turning onto the road. And then he saw the man again. This time, he was standing in the middle of the road, directly in Mark's path. Mark slammed on the brakes, his tires screeching against the asphalt as the car skidded to a stop. The man didn't move. He stood there, his face still hidden by the shadow of his hat. What the hell? Mark muttered, his breath coming in short gasps. He honked the horn, the sound echoing eerily through the trees. The man didn't react. Mark's instincts screamed at him to turn around, to find another way out, but something told him it wouldn't matter. Reluctantly, he inched the car forward, swerving to avoid the figure. As he passed, he dared to look at the man's face. There was none. Beneath the brim of the hat was nothing but darkness, a void where a face should have been. Mark's breath caught in his throat, and he floored the gas pedal, speeding away into the night. His hands trembled on the wheel, and he glanced repeatedly in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the faceless man chasing him. But the road behind him was empty. The minutes dragged on, turning into hours. The road showed no signs of ending. The trees were the same, the curves of the asphalt identical. Mark began to wonder if he was driving in circles, though the GPS still showed a straight, uninterrupted line, and then his headlights illuminated something in the distance, a car parked on the side of the road. Relief washed over him as he realized it was the first sign of life he had seen in hours. He pulled over and stepped out, calling out to whoever might be inside, "Hello? Is everything okay?" There was no response. As Mark approached, he realized the car was eerily similar to his own. Same make, same model, same color. He peered through the window and froze. Sitting in the driver's seat was a man slumped over the wheel, his face obscured. The man was wearing Mark's clothes. Mark stumbled back, his mind reeling. He turned to run back to his car, but the road behind him was gone, replaced by an impenetrable wall of trees. The forest seemed alive, its branches twisting and writhing like living things. And then he heard the footsteps, slow, deliberate, and coming closer. Mark spun around, his eyes darting wildly through the darkness. The faceless man emerged from the shadows, his wide-brimmed hat tilted slightly, as if mocking him. Behind the man, more figures appeared, each one identical, each one faceless, their dark coats billowing like shadows come to life. Mark ran, his legs carrying him blindly into the forest. The trees clawed at him, their branches tearing at his clothes and skin. The whispers began then, low and insistent, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You can't escape," they murmured. "The road never ends." Mark didn't know how long he ran. But eventually, he found himself back on the road. His car was there, its headlights still on, the driver's door open. Without thinking, he climbed inside and slammed the door. The engine roared to life, and he sped off, the figures vanishing into the rearview mirror, but the road didn't change. It stretched on endlessly, the same trees, the same curves, the same oppressive darkness. Mark's watch had stopped, the hands frozen at 7:45. The dashboard clock flickered and died, the numbers fading into blackness. Mark is still driving. Or so the story goes. Some say if you take the wrong turn near Hollowbrook, you might find yourself on the endless road. And if you see a man with a wide-brimmed hat, don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop. The old picture frame, the Morris family was excited about their new home. They had spent months searching for the perfect place, a charming, Victorian house on the outskirts of town. It had spacious rooms, a sprawling garden, and best of all, a price tag that was surprisingly affordable. The moment they stepped inside, they knew it was the one. The place felt like a dream, warm and welcoming with high ceilings, intricate woodwork, and a wraparound porch where they could sit and enjoy the sunset. Moving day was a whirlwind of activity. The movers came and went, boxes were unpacked, and by the time the sun set, the Morris family was ready to settle in. As they explored their new home, they made a curious discovery in the living room, a large, ornate picture frame hanging on the wall. The glass was cracked, and the wood had darkened with age, but the frame seemed sturdy enough. "Look at this," Lucy Morris, the mother, said, running her fingers along the cracked glass. "It's beautiful." Her husband, Tom, squinted at the picture inside. "It's just a blank piece of paper." Lucy shrugged. "I'm sure it's just old and faded. Maybe there was something in it at one point." Tom wasn't convinced, but Lucy hung the frame anyway, brushing off the crack with a decorative cloth. "It's a nice conversation piece, don't you think?" That night, as the family settled in for their first night in the new house, Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that the frame was watching them. The darkness seemed to gather around it, as if the empty space inside was a portal to something else. But Tom dismissed her concerns, saying it was just her imagination. A few weeks passed without incident. The family adjusted to their new home, and the frame became part of their daily lives, decorating the room with its aged beauty. Lucy had forgotten about the empty space within until one morning, when she noticed something strange. The frame had changed. The blank paper was now filled with a picture, a landscape of a forest with a winding river and a distant mountain. The colors were muted, as if viewed through a foggy lens. But the scene felt familiar. Lucy pointed it out to Tom at breakfast. "Look at this," she said, her voice tinged with confusion. "It's different now." Tom leaned over to get a better look. "Huh. That's weird." Over the next few weeks, the frame continued to change. Each morning, the picture inside would be different, a street scene with cars from a different era, an old church covered in ivy, a child playing in a garden with flowers that hadn't existed for decades. The changes were subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but they grew more vivid over time. Lucy tried to ignore it, convincing herself that the frame was just reflecting her thoughts or dreams. But Tom was more curious. He began to research the house's history, hoping to find some connection to the images in the frame. The more he dug, the more questions arose: old newspapers, faded photographs, and accounts of strange events that seemed to match the scenes in the picture frame. One night, after a particularly vivid change, Lucy had a dream. She was standing in the room, looking at the frame, but this time, the image was different. An old woman with a sad expression, her eyes locked onto Lucy's. The woman's hands were reaching out, as if to grab hold of Lucy's arm. When Lucy woke, the image in the frame was the same, an old woman, her eyes staring into the distance. Her hands were missing, as if they had faded away. Lucy was too afraid to tell Tom about the dream, fearing he would dismiss it as a figment of her imagination. The changes continued, each picture more disturbing than the last. There were scenes of violence, landscapes where the sky was blood red and the ground was littered with bones. The family's dog, Max, began to act strangely, barking at the frame as if it were alive. One night, Lucy caught him trying to claw at the glass. "Stop it, Max," she shouted, pushing him away. "It's just a stupid picture." But Tom was less certain. He began to spend more time in the study, poring over old records and journals, searching for any mention of the frame or the pictures it displayed. When he finally found something, a reference to an old diary dated from the early 1900s, his heart sank. "Lucy, you need to see this," he said, his voice tight with fear. The diary entry described a similar frame, kept in a house just like theirs. The writer spoke of strange pictures that appeared and changed, reflecting events that hadn't yet happened. The entries grew more frantic over time, describing visions of disaster and tragedy, each more detailed than the last. The writer claimed that the frame was cursed, a window into another world, a place where the past, present, and future collided. "That's just a story, Tom," Lucy said, her voice trembling. "It can't be real." Tom shook his head. "The images, the changes. They're not just pictures, Lucy. They're warnings. I think the frame is trying to tell us something." That night, the frame changed again. The image was of a car accident, an old model sedan overturned at the bottom of a steep hill. There was no date or location, just the scene, as if frozen in time. Tom couldn't sleep, his mind racing with possibilities. "I need to get rid of it," he said, his eyes locked on the frame. "I need to put it somewhere safe." But Lucy refused. "What if it's right?" she asked, her voice breaking. "What if it's trying to help us?" Tom didn't have an answer. He took to sleeping on the couch, unable to shake the feeling that the frame was watching him, that the images inside were warning him of something yet to come. Over the next few weeks, the pictures in the frame grew more urgent, visions of natural disasters, accidents, and strange deaths. The family began to avoid the room, leaving the door closed and the lights off when they were out. But the frame continued to change, each image more vivid and terrifying than the last. One night, Lucy had another dream, the old woman again, her hands reaching out, her face twisted in pain. This time, Lucy stepped closer, her hand reaching out to touch the glass. As her fingers made contact, the frame shifted, the image within blurring and then focusing on her own reflection. Lucy gasped as she realized the truth. The frame wasn't just showing the future, it was showing what could happen if they didn't act. Each picture was a warning, a choice that had to be made: stay and face whatever fate was coming, or leave and hope the frame's visions would remain just dreams. The Morris family decided to leave. They sold the house, moved to another town, and left behind everything: the frame, the visions, the fears. For months, they lived without incident, their new home a fresh start. But sometimes, late at night, Lucy would hear a faint whisper, soft and insistent, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. And for just a moment, she would see the reflection of the old woman in her mind, her hands reaching out from the shadows, and the frame. It was sold with the house. The new owners assured it was just an old decoration, nothing more, but Lucy knew better. She knew the frame was still watching. waiting for someone else to understand its warnings. The haunted watch. Henry had always been a practical man, a mechanic who dealt with machines and gadgets every day. He was skeptical of anything that couldn't be explained by science. Ghosts, spirits, and the supernatural were simply not on his radar. That's why, when his uncle passed away, Henry wasn't prepared for what he inherited: a pocket watch, old and battered, its face cracked and its hands frozen at 11:11. His uncle, George, had lived a quiet life in a small house on the edge of town. He was a loner, rarely visiting family or friends, preferring to tinker with his old tools and machines. Henry had always found his uncle's hobbies odd: antique watches, radios from the 1940s, old books with unreadable text, but he had never questioned them. When Henry received the call about George's death, he was surprised by the bequest: an old wooden box filled with odds and ends, including the watch. The police, who had found George dead in his living room, said it was a heart attack. But Henry knew there was more to the story. George had seemed fine just a week before, his health robust despite his age. At the funeral, Henry found himself drawn to the watch. He turned it over in his hands, feeling the weight of it, the cool metal against his skin. There was no sentimental value in it, just an old piece of machinery. But as he held it, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was important. That there was a story locked inside. Back at his apartment, Henry set the watch on his nightstand, planning to clean it up and maybe display it on a shelf. He wasn't prepared for what happened that night. It was late when he finally went to bed, the apartment dark and quiet. Henry had just turned off the lights when he heard a faint ticking, soft and steady, like the heartbeat of a clock. He looked over at the nightstand, where the watch sat, its hands still frozen at 11:11. The ticking grew louder, and for a moment, Henry thought he imagined it, but then the sound grew louder, the watch beginning to move on its own. The hands turned slowly, tick by tick, until they reached 11:12. Henry watched, wide-eyed, as the time moved forward, the sound of the ticking filling the room. "Okay, this is insane," he muttered, sitting up in bed. The room grew colder, the air around the watch taking on a strange, shimmering quality. Henry reached out to touch it, his fingers brushing the cold metal. The instant he did, the air in the room seemed to change. He felt a presence, something watching him from the shadows. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice barely a breath. The ticking grew louder, faster, until the hands of the watch spun around the face in a blur. Henry felt himself falling into a trance, the room spinning around him. He heard a voice, soft and distant, calling out to him from the watch. "My name is Edward," the voice said, its words echoing in Henry's mind. "I need you to hear my story." Henry rubbed his eyes, trying to wake himself from the dream. But the voice continued, steady and insistent, as if it was speaking directly to his soul. "I was a soldier, you see," Edward said, his voice cracking with emotion. "A good man, I thought, serving my country. But I made mistakes, terrible mistakes. Now I can't rest, can't find peace." Henry's heart was pounding in his chest. He reached for the light, fumbling for the switch. But the room remained dark, the only light coming from the flicker of the watch hands. "Please," Edward whispered. "You have to listen. My story. It's all I have left." Henry hesitated, his fingers hovering over the switch. The air in the room grew colder still, and the ticking of the watch seemed to echo through his bones. "Okay," he said, his voice trembling. "Tell me your story." Edward's voice grew stronger, more insistent. He spoke of battles fought, of comrades lost, of guilt and regret. He described a life cut short by a sudden blast, the pain of knowing he would never see his family again, never have the chance to make things right. "Tell my story," Edward pleaded. "Write it down, keep it safe. It's the only way I can rest." Henry agreed, promising to write down everything he heard. As he did, the ticking of the watch slowed, its hands creeping back towards 11:11. The presence in the room seemed to fade, the cold air lifting as Edward's voice grew quieter. "I can feel it," Edward said, his voice fading to a whisper. "Thank you. Thank you for listening." And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the ticking stopped. The watch fell silent, its hands frozen once more at 11:11. Henry was left alone in the darkness, the sound of his own breath loud in his ears. He turned on the light, his hands trembling as he looked at the watch. The air in the room felt different now, as if a weight had been lifted. Henry felt an odd sense of peace, as if he had done something important, something he hadn't realized he needed to do. The next day, he wrote down Edward's story, every detail, every word he had heard. It was a long, painful account, full of regrets and lost opportunities. Henry knew it wasn't enough. Edward's soul was still trapped, still searching for a way to find peace. But he hoped that by telling his story, by sharing it with others, Edward would find the rest he deserved. For weeks, Henry kept the watch close, listening for any sign that Edward's spirit was at peace. Every night, he set it on his nightstand, watching as the hands ticked forward, then back to 11:11. The stories grew darker, the images in the watch more vivid, battlefields, family homes destroyed by war, faces twisted with grief. One night, as Henry was about to turn in, the watch changed again. The hands spun rapidly, moving faster than they had before. Henry watched in amazement as the time ticked backwards, the faces of his family members appearing in the watch, his wife, his children, his parents. Their expressions were serious, almost worried, as if they knew something he didn't. "Is this a warning?" Henry asked aloud, his voice trembling. The voice of Edward answered him, softer now, but still as insistent. "Yes," he said. "You need to be careful, Henry. Something is coming, something that will change everything." Henry didn't know what to make of it. He spent hours researching the history of the watch, looking for any clues that might explain its powers. What he found was a series of journals and letters from the 1800s, entries describing similar watches, each with its own story, its own ghost. "These watches are cursed," one entry read. "They hold the spirits of the dead, the lost souls who can't find peace. They show what is to come, if you listen closely." Henry didn't know if he believed it, but he couldn't deny what he had seen. The watch was more than just a family heirloom, it was a window into another world, a place where the past and the future collided. And Edward's story was just one of many, each watch connected by a thin thread of fate, as the weeks turned into months. Henry continued to write down the stories he heard, strange visions of war, of love lost and found, of death and rebirth. He kept the watch in a safe, knowing that it held the key to something he couldn't quite understand, and every night, he would listen to the ticking, waiting for Edward's voice to come back, to give him another piece of the puzzle. "I'm still here, Henry," Edward's voice would whisper, the sound echoing in the darkness. "And I'm not done yet." And so Henry waited, listening, hoping that one day, he could tell Edward's full story, that he could finally find peace for the man who had once been lost. The whispering trees, it was a summer they would never forget. Emily and Jake had been planning this getaway for months, an escape from the noise and chaos of the city, a chance to reconnect with nature. They found the perfect place, a remote cabin nestled deep in the woods, far from any neighbors, a place where they could be alone and at peace. The cabin was small but cozy, wooden walls, a stone fireplace, and a porch that overlooked a thick forest. The owners assured them it was a safe and quiet place, a retreat from the world. As they unpacked their bags and settled in, Emily felt a sense of calm settle over her. This was exactly what they needed. Their first few days were idyllic, long walks in the woods, starry nights spent by the fire, the rustling of leaves in the breeze. But as the days passed, Emily noticed something odd about the trees. They seemed to whisper at night, their branches moving as if they were talking to each other. "Did you hear that?" Emily asked Jake one evening as they sat outside, listening to the wind rustling through the leaves. Jake shrugged, his eyes scanning the dark woods. "Hear what?" "The trees," Emily said, lowering her voice. "They're talking, whispering." Jake laughed. "You're just hearing things, Em. It's probably just the wind." But Emily wasn't so sure. She had always been sensitive to the sounds of nature, to the way the world seemed to come alive in the darkness. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the whispering grew louder, soft, barely audible voices, as if the trees were discussing something important. That night, Emily couldn't sleep. She lay in bed, the sound of the whispering trees filling her ears. It was like a low hum, a constant murmur that seemed to echo through the cabin walls. Jake was snoring softly beside her, his face relaxed and peaceful. "Jake," Emily whispered, her hand brushing his shoulder. "Wake up." Jake grunted, rolling over. "What is it?" "The trees," Emily said, her voice barely a breath. "They're talking again." Jake sat up, looking around the room as if expecting to see someone else there. "There's no one there." "Exactly," Emily said, her voice trembling. "That's what's weird. It's like they're communicating, like they know something we don't." Jake didn't have an answer for that. He slid out of bed and walked over to the window, looking out at the dark woods. "I don't hear anything," he said, his voice tinged with doubt. Emily joined him, her eyes scanning the shadows. "It's quiet now," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "But it's been happening all week, every night." That's when they decided to investigate. The next morning, they packed a lunch and set off into the woods, hoping to find the source of the whispers. The air was cool and damp, the trees thick around them, their leaves rustling in the wind. Emily led the way, her eyes scanning the ground for any sign of disturbance. "Do you think they're real?" she asked Jake as they walked, her voice barely more than a murmur. "I don't know," Jake replied, his brow furrowed. "Maybe it's just our minds playing tricks on us. But as they walked deeper into the forest, the whispering grew louder, the sound of it now a constant background noise, a low hum that seemed to vibrate the air around them. Emily felt a chill crawl down her spine as she realized they were walking right into the source of the whispers. "Let's go back," she said, her voice suddenly panicked. "This isn't right." Jake hesitated, his eyes scanning the trees around them. "Just a little further," he said, his voice steady. "Let's see if we can find anything." But as they walked, the trees seemed to close in around them, branches reaching out, shadows growing darker. The whispering grew louder, the voices now more distinct, soft, feminine voices, their words indistinguishable but full of emotion. "What do they want?" Emily asked, her voice breaking. "I don't know," Jake said, his grip tightening on her hand. "But I think we need to find out." They pressed on, following the sound of the whispers deeper into the woods. The trees seemed to part for them, creating a path that led them to a small clearing, a circle of tall, ancient oaks, their branches intertwined as if protecting something in the center. "What is this place?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. Jake shook his head, his eyes wide as he looked around. "I don't know. But something feels wrong here." As they stepped into the clearing, the whispering grew louder, the voices almost deafening now, hundreds of them, all speaking at once. Emily and Jake moved closer to the center, their eyes scanning the ground for any sign of what might be causing the noise, and then they saw it. A small, worn stone tablet, half buried in the ground. Emily knelt down, brushing away the dirt to reveal words carved into the surface, a language they didn't recognize. "What does it say?" Jake asked, his voice tense. Emily reached out, her fingers tracing the letters. "I don't know," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "It's not like anything I've ever seen." The whispering grew louder, the voices now almost a roar, the air vibrating with their sound. Emily felt herself being pulled towards the stone, as if the words were drawing her in. "We need to go," Jake said, his grip on her hand tightening. "This isn't safe." But Emily couldn't move. She was drawn to the tablet, her fingers tracing the letters as the voices seemed to speak directly to her. Warnings, stories of loss and regret. "Help us," the voices seemed to say. "Save us." "What do they want?" Emily whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Jake didn't answer. He grabbed her arm and pulled her away from the stone, his eyes scanning the trees as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. "Come on," he said, his voice low and urgent. "We need to get out of here." As they ran from the clearing, the whispering grew fainter, softer, as if the trees were calling after them. Emily stumbled, falling to her knees as the words continued to echo in her mind. "We need to leave," Jake said, his voice shaking. "Now." They made their way back to the cabin, their hearts pounding in their chests. The whispering followed them, the sound now a low murmur, like the distant hum of bees. Emily and Jake stayed awake all night. The sound of the trees outside a constant reminder that they were not alone. The next morning, they packed their bags and left the cabin, not looking back as they drove away. They didn't speak much during the drive, just listened to the radio, their thoughts on the strange events that had unfolded over the past few days. "We can't go back there," Emily said finally, her voice steady. Jake nodded. "No. Whatever those trees were trying to tell us, I don't think we want to hear it. They never spoke of the whispering trees again, at least, not to each other. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, that the trees were still listening, still waiting for them to come back. In the months that followed, she had strange dreams, visions of the clearing, the words carved into the stone tablet. Sometimes, she could almost hear the whispers, as if the trees were speaking directly to her, asking for help. Emily and Jake never returned to the cabin. They moved to a new city, started over, and tried to forget about the whispering trees. But sometimes, late at night, Emily would wake, her heart pounding as if the voices were calling her name once more. "Help us," they seemed to whisper, their words echoing in the darkness, and Emily would just lay there, listening, knowing that she would never truly be free of the whispering trees. The mirror of memories, Mara had always been fascinated by antiques. There was something about old objects, furniture, paintings, books, that seemed to hold secrets, stories from the past hidden in their designs. She had spent her life collecting them, vintage clocks, rare books, pieces of jewelry passed down through generations. But nothing prepared her for what she found in the corner of an estate sale, a small, ornate mirror, its frame carved with intricate designs, its surface reflecting back the light in strange, mesmerizing patterns. Mara picked it up, her fingers brushing the cool glass. There was no price tag on it, just a small sign that read "Not for sale, for display only." The owner of the estate sale, an elderly woman with kind eyes, watched as Mara examined the mirror. "Curious, aren't you?" she said, her voice soft. Mara nodded. "It's beautiful." The woman smiled, her eyes glinting with something that Mara couldn't quite place. "Be careful with that one," she said. "It's not like the others." Mara looked up, her brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" The woman hesitated, as if searching for the right words. "That mirror. It holds memories, you know. Not just anyone's, people who've looked into it." Mara laughed, a nervous sound. "You don't believe in all that ghost stuff, do you?" The woman's smile faded, and her eyes grew serious. "No," she said softly. "But there's something about that mirror. Something different." Mara hesitated, her fingers still resting on the cool surface. "Can I try it?" The woman shook her head. "I wouldn't recommend it. The memories. They're not always pleasant." But Mara was drawn to the mirror, her curiosity getting the better of her. She didn't know why, but she felt a compulsion to see what was inside, what secrets it held. She glanced back at the woman, who was watching her with a strange intensity. "Just be careful," the woman said, her voice barely more than a whisper. Mara nodded, then turned back to the mirror. She held it up, the surface reflecting the light from the chandelier above. It was like looking into a pool of water. The surface calm and still. She took a deep breath, then placed her hands on either side of the mirror, staring into her own eyes. "Show me," she whispered. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the glass seemed to shift, the light inside it swirling, distorting. Mara felt a strange sensation, like she was being pulled into the mirror, her vision fading as if she were falling asleep. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in the estate sale. She was standing in a small, dimly lit room, a bedroom, by the looks of it. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, and there was a bed, neatly made, in the center of the room. The air was thick with dust, and there was a musty smell. As if the room hadn't been used in years. "Hello?" Mara called out, her voice echoing in the empty room. There was no answer. She moved towards the bed, her fingers brushing the sheets, old, threadbare, as if they hadn't been touched in decades. As she sat down, the memories began to flood in, visions of a woman lying in that bed, her face pale, her eyes closed. "Who are you?" Mara asked, her voice trembling. The woman's face appeared in the mirror, her eyes wide, her mouth opening as if to speak. But no sound came out, just a silent scream, her mouth moving but no words forming. Mara reached out, her fingers brushing the glass. The woman's eyes seemed to follow her, her gaze piercing. Almost desperate. "Please," the woman seemed to say. "Help me." Mara stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked around the room, trying to find something, anything, that could explain what was happening. But the room was empty, silent, as if it had been frozen in time. "Is there a way out?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The woman in the mirror shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. "No," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "You can't leave. You're trapped here." Mara's breath caught in her throat. No, this can't be happening. But as she turned back to the mirror, the scene changed. She was no longer in the bedroom. Now she was in a dark, wooded forest, the trees looming over her, their branches creaking as if they were alive. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice echoing in the empty space. "Help us," a voice whispered, the sound coming from the trees themselves. Mara looked around, her eyes wide with fear. "Who's there?" "Listen," the voice said, softer now, as if it was inside her head. "Help us. Help us find peace." The forest seemed to close in around her, the shadows growing thicker, the air growing colder. Mara took a step back, her fingers brushing the mirror once more. "Please," she begged. "Let me out." The woman in the mirror looked at her, her eyes filled with sadness. "You can't leave," she said again. "But you can help." Mara hesitated, then nodded. "What do you need me to do?" The woman's image seemed to blur, then solidify. "Listen to their stories," she said. "They need to be heard. Tell them, help them find peace." Mara took a deep breath, then nodded. "Okay," she said, her voice steady. "I'll help." As she agreed, the mirror seemed to pulse, light and darkness swirling together, the edges of the glass glowing. Mara felt herself being pulled back, the scene around her shifting, changing once more. When she opened her eyes, she was back in the estate sale, the mirror still in her hands. The elderly woman was watching her, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked. Her voice gentle. Mara nodded, her fingers still shaking. "I don't know what just happened." The woman smiled, her eyes softening. "The mirror has a way of drawing people in, making them see things they shouldn't." Mara looked down at the mirror, the surface still reflecting her own face. "I saw so many things, people trapped, lost." The woman nodded. "The mirror can be dangerous, she said softly. But sometimes, it's the only way to help. Mara took a deep breath, her fingers still resting on the glass. I don't know if I can do this again. The woman's smile grew wider. You don't have to, she said. But sometimes, the mirror chooses you, whether you're ready or not. Mara turned away, her heart heavy. She knew that she could never truly escape the mirror of memories. It would always be with her, a silent watcher in the darkness. As she left the estate sale, she kept the mirror with her, wrapped in a cloth, tucked safely in her bag. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew that the mirror would always be there, a gateway to the past, a reminder of the stories that needed to be told, and every night, as she lay in bed, she would glance at the mirror, feeling its presence, a soft, almost imperceptible hum, like the whispering of the trees. She knew that the memories were still there, waiting for someone to listen, waiting for a way to find peace. Help us, the voice would whisper in her dreams, soft and haunting. Help us find the light. Mara would just nod, her eyes closing as she drifted off to sleep, knowing that the mirror of memories would never truly let her go. The painted portrait, when Eliza's grandmother passed away, she left behind a collection of old family heirlooms, pieces of furniture, jewelry, and artwork that had been passed down through generations. Among them was a particularly strange painting, a portrait of a young woman, her eyes always looking straight ahead, her expression serene. Eliza had always been fascinated by the painting when she was a child, but now that it was hers, it felt different, almost unsettling. The portrait was large, the frame carved from dark wood, its surface polished to a high gloss. The young woman in the painting had long, flowing hair and a delicate, almost ethereal beauty. Eliza hung the painting in the hallway of her small apartment. Hoping that it would bring some warmth to the otherwise sterile space, for the first few nights, the painting remained unchanged. The woman's expression never wavered, her eyes always calm, her lips slightly parted as if waiting for someone to speak. Eliza would walk past the painting, her eyes lingering on the woman's face. There was something about her that seemed familiar, though Eliza couldn't quite place it. Then, one night, Eliza woke to find the woman's eyes staring directly at her. It wasn't just her imagination, the painting had changed. The woman's once serene expression was now one of sadness, her eyes filled with tears. Eliza gasped, her heart skipping a beat. What's happening? She whispered, reaching out to touch the glass. But as her fingers made contact, the image seemed to flicker, as if the woman was trying to break free. Eliza backed away, her mind racing. Was it a trick of the light? Had the painting been tampered with somehow? She shook her head, her heart still pounding as she tried to make sense of what she had just seen. The next morning, Eliza approached the painting cautiously, her fingers brushing the frame. The woman's expression had returned to its original calm, her eyes no longer filled with tears. Eliza frowned, confused. How could the painting change like that? For the next few nights, the changes continued. Every night, when Eliza went to bed, she would wake to find the woman's image altered. Sometimes her eyes would be filled with anger, other times with fear. The changes were subtle at first, but as the nights passed, they became more pronounced. Eliza started to feel as if she was being watched, like the woman in the painting was somehow alive, her eyes following Eliza as she moved about the apartment. She would catch herself staring at the painting, trying to understand what was happening, but the woman's expression remained a mystery. One evening, Eliza decided to stay up and watch the painting, to see if it really was changing on its own. She poured herself a glass of wine and settled on the couch, her eyes fixed on the portrait. As the hours passed, the room grew dark, the only light coming from the street lamps outside. At midnight, Eliza saw it. The woman's eyes changed again, this time from sadness to a look of horror. The painting seemed to flicker, the image shifting as if the woman was trapped in a nightmare. Eliza held her breath, her heart pounding as she watched. "What's happening to you?" she whispered, leaning closer. Suddenly, the woman's eyes seemed to focus on Eliza, as if she was looking right through the canvas. Eliza jumped back, her breath catching in her throat. "Can you hear me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's lips moved, forming words that Eliza couldn't hear. Eliza leaned closer, her fingers reaching out to touch the glass once more. "Please," the woman seemed to say, her voice a breath of air. "Help me." Eliza gasped, stumbling back. "What do you want from me?" The woman's expression changed again, her eyes now filled with anger, her lips curling into a snarl. "Get out," she seemed to hiss. "You don't belong here." Eliza turned and ran, her heart pounding as she fled the room. She spent the rest of the night on the couch, watching the painting from a distance, too afraid to get any closer. The next morning, Eliza woke to find the painting back to its original state, the woman's eyes calm, her expression serene. Eliza couldn't explain what had happened the night before. Was it a dream? A trick of the light? But as the days went on, the changes became more frequent. The woman's expressions more intense, fear, anger, sadness, confusion, each night a different emotion reflected in her eyes. Eliza began to document the changes, taking photos of the painting each morning to compare them to the previous night's image. One evening, as she was going through her photos, she noticed something strange. There were subtle differences in the woman's face from one night to the next. The changes were so slight that they were barely noticeable, but they were there, tiny lines appearing around her eyes, a slight droop to her lips. "What are you hiding?" Eliza whispered, her fingers brushing the frame. That night, she decided to confront the painting. She would ask the woman directly what was going on. As she lay in bed, the painting across from her, Eliza took a deep breath. "Tell me what you want," she said, her voice steady. The woman's image changed, her eyes grew wide, her face filled with fear. "Please," she seemed to say, her voice barely a whisper. "You have to help me." Eliza felt a surge of pity for the woman. She looked so lost, so desperate. "I don't know how to help," she said, her voice breaking. The woman's image shifted again, her eyes narrowing as if she was angry. "Why won't you help me?" she demanded, her voice echoing in Eliza's mind. Eliza shook her head. "I don't know how," she said, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's image seemed to flicker, her expression changing once more. This time, she looked resigned, almost defeated. "I don't belong here," she said, her voice barely a breath. "I'm trapped." Eliza felt tears sting her eyes. "I'll find a way to help you," she promised, her voice steady. But as the woman's image disappeared from the painting, the frame seemed to grow dark, the light around it fading. "Please," the woman's voice echoed in Eliza's mind. You have to find a way to free me." Eliza woke the next morning to find the painting back to normal, no change in the woman's expression, no hint of the fear she had seen the night before. Over the next few weeks, Eliza continued to watch the painting, hoping to find a pattern, some way to help the woman trapped inside. But every time she thought she was getting closer, the changes would become less frequent, the woman's expression returning to that calm, distant gaze. One evening, after weeks of sleepless nights and constant worry, Eliza had a breakthrough. As she was staring at the painting, trying to understand what was happening, she noticed a small crack in the frame, just above the woman's right eyebrow. It was barely noticeable, but it was there, a flaw in the otherwise perfect surface. "Is this how I can help you?" Eliza whispered, her fingers tracing the crack. The woman's image flickered, her eyes narrowing. "What do you see?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "A crack," Eliza said, her fingers brushing the glass. "Is this where you're trapped?" The woman's eyes filled with sadness. "Yes," she said, her voice breaking. "You have to find a way to break through it." Eliza nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'll find a way," she promised. Over the next few days, Eliza searched for answers, books, online forums, old diaries, anything that might help her understand what the painting was, what the woman wanted. But all she found were more questions. No one seemed to know anything about paintings that could trap souls, could change like this. Late one night, as she was sitting with the painting, her mind racing, Eliza had a thought. Maybe the woman wasn't trapped by the painting itself, but by the emotions and memories that the painting held. What if she could help the woman by releasing those memories, by understanding what had happened to her? Eliza made a decision. She would try to communicate with the woman in the painting, try to understand her story. She sat down in front of the painting, her fingers brushing the glass. "Tell me what happened to you," she said, her voice steady. The woman's image flickered, her eyes filling with tears. "I was taken," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Trapped in this painting." Eliza leaned closer. "Who took you?" The woman's image grew darker, her expression turning to fear. "I don't know," she said, her voice barely more than a breath. "But they didn't mean to trap me. This was an accident." Eliza felt a surge of hope. Maybe if she could find out who had painted the portrait, she could find a way to release the woman. "Can you tell me anything about the artist?" she asked, her voice steady. The woman's image flickered again, her eyes narrowing as if she was thinking. "I don't know. He was old, had a studio. I think it was in the city." Eliza made a mental note. She would start by searching for old artists in the city, looking for clues that might lead her to the painter of the portrait. That night, as she lay in bed, Eliza couldn't stop thinking about the woman in the painting, who had trapped her, why she was still here, and what Eliza could do to help. She dreamed of the woman, saw her trapped in the painting, her eyes filled with fear and sadness. The next morning, Eliza got up early and started her search. Old newspapers, art galleries, museums. She went through stacks of old records, looking for anything that might lead her to the artist who had painted the portrait. It was slow work, but Eliza was determined. She felt as if she had a connection to the woman in the painting. A need to help her find peace. Late that afternoon, Eliza found something. A small article in an old newspaper about a forgotten artist, a man who had lived in the city a century ago. The article mentioned a series of paintings, all of them strange, unsettling, portraits that seemed to change when no one was looking. Eliza's heart raced. Could this be the artist who had painted the woman in the portrait? She took the name and address listed in the article and made her way to the city, her mind racing with possibilities. When she arrived at the address, she found an old building, its windows boarded up, its exterior covered in grime. Eliza hesitated, then climbed the stairs to the door. Her heart pounding in her chest, the door creaked as she pushed it open, and Eliza stepped inside, a dark, musty hallway, the air thick with dust. She called out, her voice echoing in the empty space, "Hello?" She called, no answer. Eliza moved cautiously down the hallway, her fingers brushing the walls. She came to a door at the end of the hall, its paint peeling, its hinges rusted. She pushed it open, her breath catching as she stepped into a large studio, a room filled with paintings, canvases stacked against the walls, paint splatters covering the floor. "Hello?" Eliza called again, her voice trembling. This time, there was a response, a soft, almost mournful voice from the shadows. "Who's there?" The voice asked. Eliza turned to see an old man, his hair white, his eyes sad. He stepped into the light, his fingers brushing the canvases. "I'm looking for information about a painting," Eliza said, her voice steady. The old man turned to look at her, his eyes narrowing. "Which painting?" Eliza hesitated, then took a deep breath. "The portrait of the woman." The man's expression changed, his eyes growing wide. "The painted portrait?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Eliza nodded. The man moved closer, his fingers tracing the edges of the canvas. "I painted that years ago. Can you tell me about it?" Eliza asked, her voice steady. The man hesitated, then nodded. "It's not what you think," he said, his voice breaking. Eliza moved closer, her fingers brushing the frame. "What do you mean?" The man looked at her, his eyes filled with sadness. "The painting, there's something trapped inside it. A spirit, a woman who can never escape." Eliza felt a chill run down her spine. "How did this happen?" The man hesitated, then took a deep breath. "It wasn't supposed to end like this," he said, his voice breaking. "I was working on the painting, just trying to capture something. A moment. But when I finished, there was something wrong. The woman. She was there, in the painting, trapped. Can you help her?" Eliza asked, her voice trembling. The man shook his head. "No, there's nothing I can do. Once a painting like this is finished, it's permanent. She's trapped, forever." Eliza felt tears sting her eyes. "But there has to be a way to free her, there has to be." The man looked at her, his eyes filled with sorrow. "I wish there was," he said softly. "But once a painting like that is created, it's like a cage, there's no way out." Eliza took a step back, her mind racing. "But there has to be something, some way to break the curse." The man shook his head. "I don't know what else to tell you," he said, his voice breaking. "It's too late for her." Eliza felt a surge of anger, then despair. "But she's still there," she said, her voice rising. "You created her, can't you help her?" The man looked away, his shoulders slumping. "It was an accident," he said softly. "I never meant for this to happen." Eliza took a deep breath, her fingers brushing the painting one last time. "I'll find a way," she said, her voice steady. "I have to." The old man watched her, his eyes filled with a mix of pity and regret. "Good luck," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. Eliza turned and left the studio, her heart heavy with the weight of the woman's story. She didn't know what to do next. She only knew that she couldn't leave the painting behind, couldn't give up on the woman trapped inside, for the next few weeks. Eliza searched for answers, books, old texts, anything that might help her understand how to free the woman. She even tried talking to the painting, asking the woman for clues, for guidance. Every night, the painting would change, different expressions, different emotions reflected in the woman's eyes. Eliza would wake to find her staring back at her, pleading for help, her eyes filled with fear and desperation. "I don't know how to help you," Eliza whispered one night, tears streaming down her face. "But I promise, I'll find a way." As the weeks passed, the changes became less frequent, the woman's image growing fainter, as if she was losing hope. Eliza knew that she didn't have much time, if she didn't find a way to break the curse. The woman would be lost forever. Late one night, as she was going through her notes and photographs of the painting, Eliza had an idea, a way to communicate with the woman, a way to understand what had happened to her. She sat in front of the painting, her hands on the frame, and closed her eyes. "Tell me what you need," she whispered. For a moment, there was silence, then the woman's voice, soft, almost too faint to hear. "Freedom," she whispered. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. "How do I help you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Find the key," the woman said, her voice growing stronger. "There's a key somewhere in the painting." Eliza's eyes flew open, her gaze fixed on the portrait. "A key?" The woman nodded, her image becoming clearer. "Yes, find it, break the curse." Eliza leaned closer, her fingers brushing the glass. "Where is it?" The woman's image flickered, then disappeared. Eliza sat back, her heart pounding. A key, hidden in the painting. But how could she find it? What did it look like? The woman hadn't given her enough clues. Eliza spent the next few days searching the painting, looking for anything that might stand out, anything that could be a clue. She even started to sketch the painting, trying to capture the smallest details. Late one night, as she was lying in bed, Eliza had a sudden thought. What if the key was hidden in the frame itself? She got up and grabbed a flashlight. Then returned to the painting. Carefully, Eliza started to inspect the frame. She ran her fingers along the edges, looking for any signs of a hidden compartment, any crack or seam that could be a clue. It took hours, but eventually, she found it, a small, barely visible indentation near the bottom of the frame. Eliza held her breath as she pressed the indentation. Nothing happened at first, then she heard a faint click. She pulled on the bottom of the frame, and it swung open, revealing a small compartment, hidden from view. Inside the compartment was a small, antique key, its surface worn and scratched, but still intact. Eliza's heart raced as she took the key and placed it on the painting. "Is this it?" she whispered. The woman's image appeared once more, her eyes filled with hope. "Yes," she said, her voice barely more than a breath. That's the key. Eliza took a deep breath, then reached out and placed the key in the woman's hands, her fingers passing right through the glass. As she did, the woman's image seemed to brighten, the sadness in her eyes fading, replaced by a look of peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. The painting started to glow, the light inside it expanding until the entire portrait was filled with a bright, white light. Eliza felt herself being pulled into the painting, her vision fading as if she were falling asleep. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in her apartment. She was standing in the small, dimly lit room from earlier, the room where the woman had first appeared to her. The woman was there too, standing in front of her, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Did it work?" Eliza asked, her voice trembling. The woman smiled, her expression one of pure relief. "Yes," she said softly. "I'm free now." Eliza felt tears sting her eyes, tears of joy, tears of relief. She had done it, she had found a way to free the woman from the painting. "Thank you," the woman said again, her voice stronger now. "You saved me." Eliza nodded, her heart swelling with pride. "I'm just glad you're free," she said softly. The woman took a step closer, her fingers brushing Eliza's cheek. "You have a gift," she said, her voice breaking. "Never forget that." Then, as quickly as it had begun, the room around them started to fade. Eliza felt herself being pulled back into the painting, her vision blurring. "Wait!" she cried, reaching out, but it was too late. Eliza woke up in her bed, the painting on the wall unchanged, the woman's eyes still calm, her expression still serene. Eliza sat up, her heart pounding. Had it all been a dream? Had she really freed the woman from the painting? She got up and went to the hallway, staring at the portrait. The woman's eyes seemed to follow her, as if she was still there, still watching. "Thank you," Eliza whispered, her voice breaking. "I hope you're at peace now." From that day on, the painting remained unchanged. No more tears, no more fear in the woman's eyes. Eliza would sometimes catch herself staring at the portrait, wondering if she had really saved the woman, or if it had all been a trick of the light. As the years passed, Eliza moved away, started a family, lived her life. But she never forgot the woman in the painting, never forgot the night she had spent in that strange, dark room, the feeling of having helped someone who had been trapped for so long. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind howled outside, Eliza would think she heard a voice, soft, almost too faint to hear, whispering her name. "Thank you," the voice would say. "Thank you for saving me." And Eliza would smile, knowing that she had done something truly extraordinary, something that had changed a life, even if it had been trapped inside a painting. Next story. The next story you'll hear is a tale that takes place on an isolated island, a place that seems to have a mind of its own, a place where the weather changes at will and where the locals whisper about things that can't be seen. The main character is a writer named Laura, who is searching for inspiration. She's heard about this island, a place that not many people visit. It's known for its beauty, crystal clear waters, lush forests, and towering cliffs, but also for its strange occurrences. Laura arrives on the island, eager to find solitude, to escape the pressures of everyday life and find the peace she's been searching for. She takes a boat from the mainland, the trip smooth at first. Then suddenly turbulent, the water choppy, the sky turning from a bright blue to a menacing gray. As Laura steps onto the dock, she feels a shiver run down her spine. The island seems to be watching her. She brushes it off as nerves, grabs her bags, and heads toward a small cottage she's rented for the week. The cottage is nestled in a grove of trees, hidden from view. Laura had chosen it because it was isolated, far from the few other inhabitants on the island. She drops her bags inside and takes a deep breath, the air filled with the scent of salt and pine. For the first few days, Laura enjoys the solitude. She spends her mornings walking along the beaches, her afternoons exploring the dense forest that covers the island. But on the fourth day, she starts to notice things, strange noises in the night, footsteps outside her window when there's no one else around. The weather on the island also becomes erratic. One moment the sun is shining, the next, a heavy fog rolls in, obscuring everything from view. Laura doesn't think much of it at first. She's used to unpredictable weather in her hometown, but the constant shifts start to make her uneasy. One evening, Laura is sitting on the porch of her cottage, her laptop on her lap, when she hears a soft voice call her name, Laura. She looks up, expecting to see someone, but there's no one there. The voice seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Laura, come to me. Laura's heart starts to race. Who could be calling her? She scans the trees, then the beach, but there's no one in sight. Who's there? She calls, her voice trembling. Come to me, Laura, the voice says again, this time clearer. Laura's hands are shaking as she shuts her laptop and heads inside, locking the door behind her. She doesn't know why, but she feels as if she's being watched by something that can't be seen. That night, Laura has trouble sleeping. She's plagued by strange dreams where she's walking through the forest, following a voice that calls her name. She wakes up several times, her sheets soaked with sweat, her heart still racing. The next day, Laura decides to leave the island. She can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. But when she tries to book a boat back to the mainland, she finds that all the boats are gone. No one is coming or going from the island. Panic sets in as Laura realizes that she's trapped. The island doesn't want her to leave. She tries to call for help, but her phone has no signal. No matter where she goes on the island, she can't get a signal. That night, Laura decides to stay up. She's determined to figure out what's going on. She sits on the porch, her eyes scanning the dark forest, her ears straining for any sound. At midnight, she hears it again, the voice, closer now. As if it's right beside her. Laura. This time, she responds. What do you want? She calls, come to me, the voice says, its tone more insistent. Laura hesitates, then gets up and heads into the forest. She feels as if she has no choice, as if something is pulling her toward whatever is calling her name. As she walks deeper into the trees, the forest around her seems to change. Trees twist and turn, branches reaching out as if to grab her. The air grows colder, the sky darker. Laura's breath is visible in the mist that seems to cling to everything. Suddenly, she comes to a clearing, a small glade, the ground covered in strange markings, symbols she doesn't recognize. In the center of the glade is a figure, an old woman. Hunched over, her eyes empty. Who are you? Laura asks, her voice trembling. The woman looks up, her eyes meeting Laura's. I'm the guardian of this island, she says, her voice barely more than a whisper. Laura takes a step back. What do you want from me? You were drawn here for a reason, Laura, the woman says. This island doesn't want you to leave. There are things here that need to be contained. What kind of things? Laura asks, her voice steady. The woman's eyes fill with fear. Things from beyond, things that shouldn't be here. They're trapped on this island, but if they get out? What happens if they get out? Laura asks, her heart pounding. The woman looks away. Her voice breaking. They'll consume everything. This island is their prison. But they're trying to break free. Laura feels a chill run down her spine. And you're the only one who can stop them. The woman nods. Yes, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. Me? Laura asks, her voice rising. Why me? The woman takes a step closer, her eyes filled with desperation. Because you're the one who was drawn here. There's something about you, something that connects you to this place. Laura takes a deep breath. What choice does she have? She's trapped on the island with no way to leave, and now she's being asked to save it. Okay, she says, her voice steady. What do you need me to do? The woman smiles, a faint hint of relief in her eyes. You have to help me draw the lines, to contain the darkness. There's a ritual, a way to bind the evil to this place, to keep it from spreading. Laura nods. She doesn't know how to perform a ritual, but she's willing to try anything to get off this island. Tell me what I need to do, she says. The woman begins to explain, a series of steps, each one more complex than the last. Laura listens intently, memorizing every word. That night, under the light of a full moon, Laura and the woman perform the ritual, the ground around them covered in strange markings, the symbols glowing faintly in the darkness. As they finish, the air grows colder. The wind picking up. Laura can feel the island shudder beneath her feet. Something is trying to break free. Hold on. The woman shouts, her voice breaking. Laura follows the woman's lead. She recites the incantation, her voice steady, her hands shaking. The clearing around them starts to glow. Laura can see shapes moving in the shadows, the air thick with a strange energy. For what feels like hours, Laura and the woman chant, their voices rising and falling in a strange rhythm. The symbols on the ground start to glow brighter, the darkness around them slowly fading. Finally, with a last, powerful shout, the woman raises her hands. Laura follows her lead. The symbols explode with light, filling the air with a blinding white flash. When the light fades, the woman is gone, disappeared as if she had never been there. The clearing is empty, the strange markings still glowing faintly in the moonlight. Laura stands there for a moment, her heart pounding. Did they succeed? Was the island safe again? As she looks around, she notices something, a boat, small and battered, making its way toward the dock. Laura races out of the clearing and down to the beach. When she reaches the dock, the boat is already there. The man who steps out is familiar. He's the owner of the cottage she's been staying in. Laura, he says, his voice relieved. You made it. Laura's heart swells. She's finally going to leave the island. Yeah, she says, her voice trembling. I'm ready. The man helps her into the boat, then unties the ropes. As they pull away from the dock, Laura looks back at the island. She feels a pang of sadness, but also relief. Goodbye, she whispers, her voice breaking. As the boat makes its way to the mainland, Laura looks around at the other passengers, the man, a couple, and a few other tourists. Did any of you hear voices? she asks, her voice trembling. The passengers exchange glances, then shake their heads. "No," one of them says. "We didn't hear anything." Laura looks out at the island, her heart heavy. Had it all been in her head? Was she really meant to help that woman and the island? As they approach the mainland, Laura feels a sense of peace. She's leaving the island behind, taking the story with her, but knowing that it will always be a part of her. When she finally steps off the boat and onto solid ground, she takes a deep breath. The air is different here, the sky clear and bright. Laura looks back at the island, then turns away, knowing that she'll never forget what happened there. As she walks away, she feels a sense of closure. Maybe the island wasn't real, maybe it was just a place she had to visit to find herself, to find the inspiration she was looking for. But as she walks, she can't shake the feeling that something is watching her, something from the island. Something that doesn't want to let her go. "Goodbye," Laura whispers again, her voice steady. "I hope you're at peace." From that day on, Laura tried to write the story of the island, the woman, the ritual, hoping that it would be the inspiration she had been searching for. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind howled outside, Laura would hear it, soft, almost too faint to hear, whispering her name, Laura. And she would know, the island wasn't done with her yet. Next story. The story you're about to hear is about a young couple, Sarah and Mark, who move into their dream home, a beautiful, old house in a quiet, rural town. The house is everything they've ever wanted, a spacious, well-kept Victorian with large windows, a white picket fence, and a lush garden. But there's something off about the house, something that both Sarah and Mark can't quite put their finger on. When they first tour the house, the realtor tells them that it's been vacant for years. No one has lived in it since the previous owner passed away under mysterious circumstances. The owner's death was ruled as an accident, but the locals whisper about things that don't make sense, things that can't be explained by logic alone. Sarah and Mark decide to ignore the rumors. After all, the house is beautiful, and it's at an unbeatable price. They put in an offer, and to their surprise, it's accepted. The first few weeks in the house are blissful. They unpack, decorate, and settle in, making the place their own. But soon, Sarah starts noticing things, strange noises in the night, footsteps echoing in the hallway when there's no one else around. At first, she brushes it off, just old houses settling, she tells herself. But the occurrences continue. The temperature in certain rooms drops suddenly, and sometimes she'll find doors slightly ajar when she's sure she closed them. Mark is skeptical at first. He doesn't hear the noises, doesn't notice the cold spots, but when Sarah shows him what she's found, he begins to believe her. The couple tries to find logical explanations. Maybe the house has drafts, maybe it's just an old building settling. One night, Sarah is lying in bed, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, when she hears a voice, soft, almost a whisper, calling her name. Sarah. She sits up, her heart pounding. Was she dreaming? The voice is so clear, so distinct. "Sarah, come to me." Sarah gets out of bed and walks through the house. She's drawn to the hallway, the one where she often hears footsteps. As she reaches the door, the voice grows louder, "Sarah." She hesitates for a moment, then opens the door. A chill rushes through the room, and she can feel eyes on her, watching her every move. "Who's there?" She calls, her voice trembling. "Come to me, Sarah," the voice says again, more insistent this time. Sarah pushes the door open further, her heart in her throat. Inside, the room is empty, but there's a feeling of presence, as if she's not alone. "Why are you calling me?" she asks, her voice steadying. There's a pause, then the voice says, "Because you can help me." Sarah feels a shiver run down her spine. What does this ghostly voice want from her? Help you with what? She asks, her voice steady. "Release me," the voice says. "I'm trapped in this place. In this house. You can set me free." Sarah takes a step back. Release the ghost. How can she do that? Why me? She asks. "Because you're the one who can hear me," the voice says. "You're the one who can see me." Sarah feels a mix of fear and curiosity. She doesn't want to stay in this haunted house, but something is drawing her in. "I don't know how to help you," she says. "Find out," the voice says, the urgency in its tone growing. "There's a way. There's always a way." Sarah spends the next few days researching. She reads books on ghost hunting, on rituals and exorcisms, anything that might help her communicate with the spirit in her house. Mark is supportive, although he remains skeptical. He wants to believe Sarah. But he doesn't understand how a ghost can be trapped in a house. One night, Sarah thinks she finds something, a ritual that's supposed to release spirits from their earthly bonds. She convinces Mark to help her. He's still hesitant, but he loves Sarah and wants to protect her. Under the light of a full moon, Sarah and Mark perform the ritual. The air grows thick with energy, the temperature in the room dropping rapidly. They light candles, draw symbols on the floor, and chant the words from the old book they found. As they finish, the temperature drops even further. Sarah can see her breath in the air, and the room feels like it's closing in on her. Suddenly, the voice calls out, "Sarah." Sarah's heart is in her throat. "I'm here," she says, her voice steady. "I'm trying to help you. Help me find peace," the voice says, its tone urgent. Sarah's hands tremble as she asks, "What do you need me to do?" "Find the key," the voice says. "It's hidden in the basement. Find it, and you can release me." Sarah and Mark look at each other. Neither of them has ever been in the basement, but they know they have no choice. They go down to the basement, Mark with a flashlight, Sarah with a sense of dread. The basement is cold, musty, a place where no one has been in years. They move cautiously, searching through old boxes and forgotten items, after what feels like hours. They find it, a small, iron key, hidden in an old trunk at the back of the basement. Sarah picks it up, her hands shaking. This must be the key the voice was talking about. They head back upstairs. Sarah holds the key tightly in her hand, her heart pounding. Now what? Mark asks, his voice steady. "Now we use it," Sarah says, her voice trembling. "We have to find the door." They search the house, their dream home, which now feels more like a prison. They go from room to room, looking for the door the key belongs to. Finally, they find it, the door at the end of the hallway, the one they never use. Sarah takes a deep breath, then puts the key in the lock, slowly, carefully. She turns it. As the door swings open, the voice calls out again, "Sarah." Sarah steps through the door. She's in a room she's never seen before, a small, dark space filled with strange symbols etched into the walls. The air is heavy, thick. Sarah feels as if she's being pulled in. Do you see it? The voice says, its tone urgent, see what? Sarah asks, her voice trembling, look, the voice says, the portal, the way out. Sarah follows the voice's instructions. She looks closely at the symbols, tracing them with her fingers. As she does, she feels a strange connection, a pull. She can see something shifting in the air, a doorway opening. Is this it? She asks, her voice breaking. Yes, the voice says, its tone filled with relief. You found it. Sarah hesitates. What will happen if she opens this portal? Will the ghost be free? Are you ready? The voice asks. Sarah takes a deep breath. There's no turning back now. Yes, she says, her voice steady. I'm ready. She touches the symbols on the wall. The air around her grows colder, the room growing darker. As she does, the portal widens, a bright light shining through. Go, the voice says, its tone urgent. Go through, find peace. Sarah takes a step forward, her heart pounding, then another. She's almost there, almost through the portal. As she crosses the threshold, the room around her begins to disappear, the darkness fades. The strange symbols fading with it. When Sarah steps through the other side, she's back in the hallway of her house. The door behind her closed, the strange symbols gone. Mark is there, waiting. He looks at Sarah, his eyes filled with fear and concern. Are you okay? He asks, his voice trembling. Sarah nods, her heart still racing. She feels a sense of relief, a feeling that the ghost is finally at peace. I think I did it, she says, her voice steady. Did what? Mark asks. I released it, Sarah says, her voice breaking. I helped it find peace. Mark takes her hand. Let's get out of here, he says. We'll leave this place behind. Sarah agrees. She doesn't know if she'll ever feel truly safe in that house again. But she knows that they've done something important. They've helped a trapped spirit find its way. As they leave the house, Sarah takes one last look back. There's no sign of the ghost, no lingering presence. The house feels empty, as if it's lost its soul. I think we're free, Sarah says, her voice steady. Yeah, Mark replies, his voice barely a whisper. Let's go home. And as they drive away from the old Victorian, Sarah feels a sense of peace. She's helped someone find their way, helped a ghost find its rest. And as they leave the town behind, she knows that there's a part of her that will always be connected to that house, to the spirit she helped to find peace, from that day on. Sarah and Mark made sure never to talk about the ghost. Maybe it was better left in the past, a story that would eventually fade away. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, Sarah would hear it, the faint whisper of a voice, calling her name, Sarah. And she would know, it wasn't over yet. The ghost was at peace, but it was still watching, still grateful for the help she had given. Thank you, she would whisper, her voice steady. You're at rest now. And then she would close her eyes, knowing that the story was finally complete. Next story. In a small, isolated town nestled in the mountains, there was an old library, its shelves filled with ancient books, the air thick with the scent of old paper. The librarian, Mrs. Blackwood, was a woman in her late 60s with a deep love for stories and an even deeper knowledge of the books in her care. But what the townsfolk didn't know was that Mrs. Blackwood had a secret that tied her to the books in ways no one could understand. Every night, as the library closed its doors to the public, Mrs. Blackwood would stay behind, sometimes until late in the night. She would move quietly through the aisles, dusting the books, rearranging them, always seeming to know exactly where each one belonged. But it wasn't just the care she took with the books, it was what she did with them that was strange. Mrs. Blackwood had a ritual. She would take down a specific book, an old, leather-bound volume that looked like it had been around since the town was founded. She would open it to a marked page and read aloud in a low, melodic voice, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The words she spoke were ancient, arcane, almost indecipherable. And every time she read from that book, the temperature in the room would drop, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. The townsfolk never thought to question Mrs. Blackwood's habits. After all, she was a librarian, a woman who loved books. And everyone knew that books were magical in their own right. But one night, a young journalist from the city, intrigued by the old town's history, came to visit the library. He wanted to write a piece on the town's unique folklore, and Mrs. Blackwood was his first stop. As he entered the library, the air felt heavy. Mrs. Blackwood was at her desk, writing in a large, ornate journal. She looked up as he approached, her eyes sharp and calculating. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice calm. The journalist introduced himself. His name was Ethan, and he was looking for stories to tell. Mrs. Blackwood smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly. "And what kind of stories are you interested in, young man?" she asked, her tone knowing. Ethan hesitated. He hadn't expected her to be so keenly aware of his intentions. "I'm looking for something different," he said slowly. "Something no one else knows." Mrs. Blackwood's smile widened. "I think I might have just the story for you." She led Ethan through the aisles, her fingers brushing lightly against the spines of the books as they passed. They stopped in front of the old, leather-bound volume, the one she always seemed to return to. "Do you know what this book is?" she asked, her voice low. Ethan shook his head. "No, but I'd like to." Mrs. Blackwood reached out and took the book from the shelf. "This book is a doorway," she said softly. "A doorway to places you can't even imagine." Ethan's heart pounded. "Places?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Yes," Mrs. Blackwood replied. "Places where the veil between our world and others is thin, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blur." Ethan's curiosity was piqued. He had heard stories about such places, but he never thought they were real. "Have you ever read it?" he asked, nodding toward the book. Mrs. Blackwood hesitated for a moment. "Only a few times," she admitted. "But each time, something changes, something comes through." Ethan took a step closer. "What do you mean, something comes through?" "The words in this book are not just words," Mrs. Blackwood explained. "They're spells, incantations. Each one has power. When I read them, sometimes something comes through, something from the other side." Ethan's heart raced. "Have you ever seen anything?" Mrs. Blackwood hesitated, then nodded. "Yes," she said softly. "Once." She took a deep breath, then began to tell her story, the story of a night long ago when she was younger, when she read from the book and something had come through. "It was a cold night," she said, her voice steady. "I had just finished my shift here, and I was alone, no one else in the library." As she read from the book, The air grew thick, and the temperature dropped. Mrs. Blackwood's voice was calm, almost hypnotic as she recited the ancient words. Then, suddenly, there was a sound, a whisper, like a breeze passing through the room. She continued. I looked up and saw it, an image, like a figure made of smoke, standing at the end of the aisle. Ethan leaned closer. What did it look like? It was indistinct, Mrs. Blackwood said slowly. Like a shadow, shifting and moving with the light. It spoke, softly, calling my name. Ethan shivered. What did it say? It didn't say much, Mrs. Blackwood replied, her eyes distant. Just whispered things, words that didn't make sense. Ethan was on the edge of his seat. Did you try to communicate with it? Mrs. Blackwood shook her head. No. I didn't, at least, not on purpose. I just read from the book, hoping it would go away. The shadowy figure remained for what felt like hours. Mrs. Blackwood continued to read, her voice steady, until finally, the figure faded away, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. I haven't done it since, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know what would come through next. Ethan was silent for a moment, absorbing the story. Do you think it was a spirit? He asked. Mrs. Blackwood shook her head. I don't know what it was. But whatever it was trapped, by the words in the book. Ethan felt a shiver run down his spine. Do you think it's still trapped in there? Mrs. Blackwood's eyes flickered. I think so, she said softly. And I'm afraid that one day, it will find a way out. Ethan felt a sense of unease. What should I do? Mrs. Blackwood looked at him, her eyes serious. Leave it alone, she said firmly. Whatever is in that book, it's not something to mess with. There are things better left unexplored. Ethan hesitated, then nodded. He knew she was right. He thanked Mrs. Blackwood and left the library, his mind racing with what he had just learned. As he walked back to his car, he couldn't shake the feeling. Something had been watching him, something that wasn't quite human. Be careful what you seek, Mrs. Blackwood had said. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Ethan got into his car, his hands shaking as he started the engine. He drove away from the old library, leaving behind the secret that Mrs. Blackwood had shared. That night, as he lay in bed, Ethan couldn't sleep. He kept hearing the whisper, the sound of someone, or something, calling his name, Ethan. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to go away, wondering if Mrs. Blackwood had been right. Be careful what you wish for, he whispered, his voice trembling, and then, as the night deepened, he finally fell asleep, dreaming of doors he couldn't open, and whispers he couldn't ignore. From that night on, Ethan never told anyone about his visit to the old library. He kept the story to himself. Too afraid of what might come through if he ever opened that book again. And as he lay awake at night, listening to the silence, he always wondered, was Mrs. Blackwood right? Was there really something trapped in that book, watching and waiting? Ethan. The whisper would say, softly, urgently, every time he closed his eyes, be careful what you seek, Mrs. Blackwood had warned, and Ethan knew, he should have listened. Next story. In a small town, nestled between thick, dark forests and rolling hills, there was an old mansion, the kind you only see in horror movies. It had tall, pointed towers, ivy creeping up the walls, and windows that seemed to leer down at passers-by. The mansion had been abandoned for decades, Rumor had it that no one had lived there since a family was found dead under mysterious circumstances many years ago. The story of the mansion was whispered among the townsfolk. The mansion's original owner had died under suspicious circumstances, leaving behind a curse that trapped the house and its secrets. According to the stories, anyone who dared to enter the mansion would be haunted by visions, voices, and strange occurrences. Most people avoided the mansion altogether, but there were always a few brave souls, usually young people, who would dare to venture inside, hoping to uncover the truth. One such group was a group of friends, 5 in total, who were known for their love of thrill-seeking adventures. They were bored one summer evening, looking for something to do, when someone mentioned the mansion. They had all heard the stories, ghosts, curses, strange noises, but none of them believed in it. "Let's go and see for ourselves," said Mark, the group's leader. "What's the worst that could happen?" The friends agreed. There was a mix of excitement and fear in the air as they made their way through the dense forest, cutting through the underbrush until they finally found the old, creaking gate that led to the mansion's grounds. They pushed the gate open and stepped through, each of them feeling a sense of unease, the air growing colder as they approached the house. The mansion itself was a labyrinth, its rooms winding, corridors dark, and every door seemed to lead to a different place. As they ventured deeper into the house, they found themselves in a hallway lined with portraits, each one older than the last, faces staring back at them with hollow eyes. "Do you think they're watching us?" whispered Sarah, the group skeptic. "Don't be ridiculous," said Chris, rolling his eyes. "It's just old paintings." But as they walked further, the friends started to hear things, the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty halls, voices murmuring, whispers just at the edge of hearing. At first, they dismissed it as the wind. After all, the windows were broken, and the house was falling apart. But as the noises grew louder, more distinct, fear began to set in. They finally found a large, open room, its walls covered in dust and cobwebs, the air thick with the smell of mildew. In the center of the room was an old fireplace, its mantel cracked, the bricks crumbling. Sarah went over to investigate. "This place is really creepy," she said, her voice trembling, as she examined the fireplace. She noticed something, a small, wooden box, hidden behind a loose brick. She reached in and pulled it out. Inside, there was a single sheet of paper, yellowed and faded with age. The friends gathered around as she opened it. On the paper was written a single word: "Help." "Do you think it's a prank?" asked Mark, his voice skeptical. "I don't know," said Sarah, her hands shaking as she held the paper. "But I think we should get out of here." Just as they turned to leave, the room seemed to change. The air grew colder, and the whispering voices grew louder, almost as if they were surrounding the group. One of the friends, Emily, started to cry. "We need to go, now," she said, her voice trembling. As they made their way back through the halls, the whispers grew more distinct. "Don't leave," they seemed to say. "Don't leave us here." The group picked up their pace, running through the dark corridors, feeling as if they were being chased. As they neared the front door, the whispers turned to screams. "Help us," they cried. "Please don't leave us here." The friends burst out of the mansion, stumbling over each other as they ran, none of them looking back. They didn't stop until they were deep in the forest, far away from the old house. They didn't speak much about what had happened, just that they had heard things, seen shadows in the corners of their eyes. That night, they made a pact never to return to the mansion, each of them too afraid of what they had experienced. Over the next few weeks, strange things started happening to each of them. Sarah began hearing the whispers again, even when she was alone in her apartment. Mark would wake up in the middle of the night, convinced someone was watching him. He'd find his door locked from the inside, even though he was sure he hadn't locked it. Emily had the worst of it. She started seeing the faces from the portraits in the mansion, always watching, always following her. Every night, she would wake up in a cold sweat, certain that someone was in her room. The friends tried to find a way to get rid of the ghosts, burning sage, reciting prayers, anything they could think of. But nothing seemed to work. The whispers, the shadows, they were always there, always watching. One night, after a particularly bad episode, Sarah decided to go back to the mansion. She needed answers. She needed to know why they were being haunted. She went alone. Her friends begged her not to, but she was determined. As she entered the house, the air felt heavy. She could hear the whispers louder than ever, as if they were calling her name. Sarah, come back, help us. She made her way back to the room with the fireplace, the room where they had found the help message. This time, she noticed something new, a shadow moving across the wall. A figure barely visible in the dim light. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady. The shadow moved closer. "We're the ones trapped here," it whispered. "Trapped by the curse." Sarah took a deep breath. "What do you want from me?" "Help us find peace," the shadow said. "Help us escape." Sarah hesitated. "How?" The shadow seemed to hesitate, then said, "You have to break the curse, find the source." Sarah nodded. "I'll try." The shadow seemed to fade away, leaving only a whisper, "Thank you." Sarah left the mansion that night. She knew she had to find out more about the curse, to understand why the house was trapped. She spent days researching, talking to historians, looking through old records. Finally, she found it, a reference to the original owner of the mansion, a man who had dabbled in dark magic, who had been consumed by his own power. It was his greed, his desire for immortality that had trapped his soul, and the souls of everyone who had ever lived in the mansion. Sarah knew what she had to do. She had to find the man's original spell, the one that had started it all. Armed with the information, she returned to the mansion one last time. The house was quiet, no whispers, no shadows. As she made her way to the fireplace, she could feel the energy in the air. It felt different, as if something had changed. She took out the spell, written in a language she didn't recognize, her hands shaking as she began to read the incantation. As she spoke the words, the air grew cold, the room growing darker, and then, as she finished, there was silence. The whispers were gone, the shadows were no longer there. Sarah felt a sense of relief. Had she done it? Had she broken the curse? She walked through the mansion, room by room, calling out, "Is anyone there? Can you hear me?" The only response was the sound of her own voice echoing back at her. "Are you free?" she asked, her voice steady. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a soft whisper, almost too faint to hear, "Thank you." Sarah smiled. She had done it. She had released the trapped souls from the mansion, broken the curse. As she left the house, she knew that it would never be the same, that the dark energy that had once held it captive was gone. The mansion was still abandoned, still empty, but now it was at peace, no longer haunted by whispers or shadows. Sarah left town soon after. She knew that she could never stay, not with the memories of the mansion and the things she had seen. But she knew that she had done something important. She had helped the lost souls find their way, had set them free. As she looked back at the mansion one last time, she whispered to herself, "You're at peace now." And with that, she turned and walked away, knowing that some stories are best left untold, some curses are best broken, and that sometimes, you have to confront the darkness to find the light. In the city of Boston, there was an old, run-down apartment building on the edge of town. The building had a reputation. It was known as the Whispering Apartments. Rumor had it that strange noises could be heard from inside, voices speaking in hushed tones, even when the place was empty. The building had been vacant for years, abandoned by most, avoided by everyone who knew its history. No one knew exactly why the building was haunted. The whispers, the shadows, they were a mystery to the tenants who had lived there and then disappeared without a trace. The stories were passed down from one generation to the next, each tenant more fearful than the last. But still, people would move in, hoping to find something cheap, only to move out weeks later, terror in their eyes. One night, a journalist named Alex was working on a story about the haunted apartment buildings in the city. He had heard the stories, but he was skeptical. "It's just a tall tale," he thought as he made his way to the Whispering Apartments. "No ghosts, just old buildings." He parked his car across the street and took a deep breath. He was going to prove to everyone that these stories were just that, stories. As he approached the building, he noticed that the windows were broken, the paint peeling. It was exactly the kind of place you'd expect to find ghosts. The entrance was locked, but Alex wasn't deterred. He had picked the lock with ease and stepped inside. The hallway was dark, barely any light coming through the grime-covered windows. The air was thick with dust, the silence oppressive. Alex made his way up the stairs, his heart pounding with every creak of the floorboards. As he reached the 4th floor, he heard it, the whispering. It was faint at first, like the wind through a broken window, but as he got closer to the source, the voices grew louder. They weren't speaking words, just a low, murmuring sound, as if there were hundreds of people in the room, all talking at once. Alex hesitated. He wasn't sure if he should go further, but his curiosity got the better of him. He followed the sound to the end of the hallway. There was a door, slightly ajar, the light from the hall spilling into the room beyond. Slowly, Alex pushed the door open. What he saw made his blood run cold. The room was empty, no furniture, no sign that anyone had ever lived there. But the whispering was louder now, almost deafening. Alex stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room. There was nothing but bare walls, a broken lamp on the floor. "Hello?" he called, his voice shaking. The whispering grew louder. "Alex, come closer." Alex hesitated, then took a step forward. "Who's there?" "Help us," the voices whispered, their tone urgent. "Please." Alex's heart raced. "Help you with what?" "We're trapped here," the voices replied, their whispers becoming more distinct. "We can't leave, can't escape." Alex's hands were shaking. "How can I help you?" "Break the curse," the whispers said, their voices growing fainter. "Break the seal, let us go." Alex was silent for a moment. "How do I do that?" "Find the book," the whispers said, their voices growing weaker. "Find the book and read the words." Alex hesitated. "Where is it?" "In the basement," the voices replied. "Downstairs, hidden." Alex didn't think twice. He turned and ran back down the stairs, heading for the basement. The building seemed to grow darker as he descended. Every step down, the whispering grew louder, the air colder. When he reached the basement, he found a door, its lock rusted, but still intact. Alex picked it with ease and pushed the door open. Inside, there was a small room, filled with old boxes, broken furniture, and dust-covered bookshelves. At the far end of the room was a table. A single book sat on it, its cover old and worn. Alex approached cautiously. He had the feeling that this was what the whispers had been talking about. The book was bound in leather, its pages yellowed with age. Alex opened it. Inside, there were strange symbols, words written in a language he didn't understand. "Read them," the whispers urged. "Read them out loud." Alex hesitated. "What will happen?" "Just do it," the voices urged. "It's the only way." Taking a deep breath, Alex began to read, his voice trembling as he recited the words from the book. As he spoke, the air grew colder, the whispering growing louder, almost as if the voices were angry, desperate. "Alex, stop, please." But Alex kept reading. He felt a strange energy in the room, as if the very air was vibrating with power. As he reached the final line of the incantation, there was a flash, a blinding light that filled the room. When the light faded, the whispers were gone. The room was silent, the air no longer heavy with the presence of ghosts. Alex was breathing heavily. He had done it. He had broken the curse. Slowly, he closed the book and put it back on the table. He didn't want to know what would happen if he took it with him. As he made his way back up the stairs, the building seemed lighter, almost as if the ghosts had been lifted from it. When Alex reached the street, he looked back at the whispering apartments. There was no trace of the hauntings, no signs that anything had ever been there. The building was just an old, abandoned place, its secrets hidden once more. Alex never told anyone what had happened. He didn't want to be labeled a liar, didn't want people to think he was crazy. But every night, as he lay in bed, he could still hear the whispering, just faintly, just at the edge of hearing. "Alex, thank you." He knew that he had broken the curse, that the ghosts were finally at peace. But part of him wondered, had he really saved them? Or had he just trapped them even deeper? As he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, he whispered to himself, "Maybe it's better not to know." And in the darkness, the whispers continued, "Thank you, Alex. Thank you." And then, they were gone, faded into the night, leaving only silence behind. In a small town nestled in the Appalachian Mountains, there was an old, abandoned cabin at the edge of the woods. The cabin was rumored to be haunted, a place where the air felt heavy, where strange noises could be heard even when no one was inside. The locals told stories of people who had gone in and never come back, of whispers in the dark, and shadows that moved on their own. One summer evening, a group of friends, Jenny, Mark, and Tim, decided to explore the cabin. They were looking for a thrill, something to get their adrenaline pumping. They had heard the stories, but they didn't believe them. They were just looking for a spooky place to hang out. They parked at the edge of the woods and made their way through the underbrush. There was a path, barely visible, leading them to the cabin. As they got closer, They could see the roof was caved in, the windows broken. Nature had started to reclaim the old building. Jenny was the first to speak. "Are you sure about this?" Mark nodded. "We're just going to check it out. There's nothing to be scared of." Tim wasn't so sure. "I don't know, guys. Maybe we should leave." But Jenny was already at the door, pushing it open slowly, her flashlight in hand. As they stepped inside, the air was thick with dust. The only sound was the creaking of the floorboards under their feet. The cabin was a mess, furniture overturned, walls covered in graffiti. It looked like no one had been there in years, just as they expected. Jenny moved cautiously through the rooms, her flashlight sweeping across the walls, looking for any signs of life. "There's nothing here," she said finally, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Just an old, empty cabin." Mark wasn't so sure. He was looking at the floor. "Look at this, footprints." Tim moved closer. "What do you mean?" "Look," said Mark, pointing. "See? There are fresh footprints in the dust." Jenny crouched down. "You think someone's been here?" "Or something," Mark replied, his voice low. As they moved deeper into the cabin, the air grew colder. Jenny could see her breath fogging in front of her. The whispering started, soft, barely audible. "Get out. Leave. Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Yeah," said Mark, his flashlight shaking as he moved to the door. "We need to go." But Tim wasn't ready to leave. "No, wait. Let's just look a bit more." "Are you crazy?" Mark demanded. "Let's get out of here." But Jenny was curious. "Maybe there's something we missed." They kept moving through the cabin. Each room was filled with strange symbols, written in chalk on the walls. The whispering grew louder. "Leave. Leave." Tim was beginning to panic. "We have to go now." But Jenny was determined. "Let's just check the attic. Maybe there's something up there." They made their way up the narrow stairs, each step creaking under their weight. When they reached the attic, the whispering was almost deafening. "Leave. Leave." The attic was cluttered, old boxes, broken furniture, and dust-covered bookshelves. Jenny moved to the back, pushing aside a stack of boxes. "Here it is," she said, pulling out an old, dusty book. "What is that?" Mark asked, his flashlight scanning the cover. "I don't know," Jenny replied, opening it slowly. "It's just a bunch of old, faded pages." Tim was already halfway back down the stairs. "I'm going to wait outside." Jenny and Mark didn't pay him any attention. Jenny was flipping through the pages. "Look at these symbols," she said, pointing to the strange drawings and writing inside. Mark moved closer. "What language is this?" "I don't know," said Jenny, her voice trembling as she traced one of the symbols with her finger. "But it looks like something you'd find in an old book of spells." "Great," said Mark, his voice shaky. "We're going to be trapped in here because you wanted to play with magic." Jenny didn't answer. She was focused on the book. "Listen, there's something written here. Those who enter the cabin are bound by the spirits within. Read it aloud," Mark urged, his flashlight shaking. Jenny hesitated. "I don't think." "Do it." Mark insisted. Slowly, Jenny read the passage from the book. The whispering grew louder, almost a chorus of voices now. "Leave. Leave." As she finished the last line, there was a flash, a blinding light that filled the attic. When the light faded, the whispering was gone, replaced by silence. Jenny and Mark exchanged worried glances. Did it work? Jenny asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, said Mark, his flashlight shaking as he moved toward the stairs. But we need to get out of here. They hurried down the stairs. Tim was waiting outside, pacing nervously. As soon as they stepped out of the cabin, the air seemed to clear. No more whispering, no more strange symbols. What happened in there? Tim asked, his eyes wide. We found this, Jenny said, holding up the book. Mark took it. What does it say? It's just a bunch of old stories, about people who got trapped here, he replied, flipping through the pages quickly. They did the same thing, tried to read some spell, and it backfired. So we're trapped? Tim asked, his voice trembling. No, said Mark, shaking his head. We're not trapped. We just need to get rid of this book. They took the book and threw it into the fire they had built to keep away the chill, watched as the pages curled and turned to ash. As they did, the whispering started again, fainter now, almost as if it were fading away. Let's get out of here, Jenny said, her voice trembling. The friends made their way back through the woods, each of them feeling a sense of relief as the cemetery faded behind them. They didn't talk much about what had happened, each of them too scared to admit how close they had come to being trapped in that cabin, bound by the spirits within. That night, they all had nightmares, dreams where they were back in the cabin, the whispering voices calling their names. But in the morning, the nightmares faded, the whispers were gone, the friends never spoke of the cabin again. They knew that what they had seen, what they had heard, was something better left forgotten. The old cabin stood at the edge of the woods, abandoned once more, its secrets hidden, its whispers silent. But every now and then, on a quiet night, someone in the town would hear it, the faintest whisper. As if the spirits were still trying to find a way to escape. And in the darkness, the silence would grow, until there was nothing left but the night. Next story. In a remote farmhouse deep in the forest, there was an old mirror, a large, ornate piece framed in black wood, its surface cracked and foggy with age. The mirror had been in the farmhouse for generations, passed down through the family. It was said that the mirror held secrets, ghosts, voices, and reflections that didn't belong. The farmhouse itself was isolated, surrounded by miles of trees, no neighbors for miles. It had been abandoned for years, empty rooms, dust-covered furniture, and stories of the mirror that no one dared to speak of too loudly. One rainy night, 3 friends, Emily, Ben, and Lily, decided to explore the farmhouse. They had heard the stories, the whispers of what had happened to those who had dared to look into the mirror, but they didn't believe them. They were just looking for a thrill. They parked at the edge of the woods and made their way through the rain-soaked trees, following a narrow path that led them to the farmhouse. As they approached, the house looked even more ominous, its windows black with grime, the roof sagging under the weight of years. Emily was the first to speak. Are you sure about this? Ben nodded. Let's just go in and check it out. It'll be fine. Lily was less sure. This place looks creepy. But Emily was already at the door, pushing it open slowly, the hinges groaning in protest. As they stepped inside, the air was heavy with the smell of mold and decay, the only sound the drip of water from the broken roof. The farmhouse was exactly as they had expected, rooms filled with old furniture covered in dust, the walls lined with faded photographs. But there, at the end of the hall, was the mirror, its surface cracked, reflecting the dim light from their flashlights. "Is that the mirror?" Lily asked, her voice trembling. Emily moved closer. "Yeah, that's it." "Are you going to look?" Ben asked, his voice barely a whisper. Emily hesitated. "I don't know." "Do it," said Lily, her flashlight shaking as she pointed it at the mirror. "What's the worst that could happen?" But Emily wasn't so sure. "I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't." "Come on," said Ben, his voice firm. "It's just a mirror." Slowly, Emily moved closer, her fingers brushing the glass as she stared into the reflection. At first, there was nothing, just her own image, distorted by the cracks in the glass. But then the reflection began to change. At first, it was subtle, a shift in the light, a flicker of movement. Emily frowned. "What's happening?" The reflection continued to change, the room behind her fading away, replaced by a dark, empty space. And then the whispers started, soft, barely audible. Help us." Emily's heart was pounding. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Yeah," said Ben, his flashlight moving to the mirror. "What's happening?" "Something's in there," Emily replied, her hands shaking as she moved closer. As she did, the reflection in the mirror changed again. The dark space grew larger, more defined. And then, they could see it, a figure, just on the edge of the mirror's reflection, a shape, indistinct, but definitely there. "Is that a person?" Lily asked, her flashlight steady on the mirror. "I don't know," said Emily, her voice barely a whisper, "but it's watching us." The figure in the mirror moved closer, closer to the glass, as if trying to escape. The whispers grew louder. "Help. Please." Ben stepped back. "We need to get out of here." But Emily was frozen. "I can't. They need help." "Emily, it's just a mirror." Lily insisted. "There's nothing in there." But Emily wasn't listening. "They're trapped. Can't you see that?" As she moved closer, the figure in the mirror pressed its hand against the glass, a cold, ghostly hand. The whispers grew louder. "Please. Help us." "Emily, don't!" Ben shouted, grabbing her arm, but it was too late. Emily reached out, her fingers brushing the mirror's surface. As she did, the reflection shattered, the room around them shaking with the force of it. The friends stumbled back. The mirror was gone, replaced by a jagged hole in the wall. The air was thick with the smell of mold and dust, the whispers fading away. "Are you okay?" Lily asked, her voice trembling. Emily was silent, her hands shaking as she looked at the hole where the mirror had been. "They're free," she said finally, her voice barely a whisper, but as she spoke, the whispers started again, soft, barely audible. "Thank you. Thank you." The friends exchanged worried glances. "We need to get out of here," said Ben, his voice steady. As they made their way back through the farmhouse, the air seemed to clear, the whispers fading, the heavy feeling lifting. They hurried through the rain-soaked woods, back to their car, where the air was clean, the night still. That night, they didn't talk much, each of them haunted by the memory of the mirror, the whispers that had tried to pull them in. They made a pact, never to return to that farmhouse, never to speak of what they had seen, but every now and then, on a quiet night, one of them would hear it, the faintest whisper, "Thank you. Thank you." And in the darkness, the silence would grow, until there was nothing left but the night. Next story. In an old, decaying mansion at the edge of the city, there was a room, the walls lined with books, the air heavy with dust and the smell of old paper. It was said that the room was home to a cursed library, a place where the books held secrets, where their stories could become reality if you weren't careful. Sophie had always been fascinated by the old mansion. She had heard the stories as a child, of people who had entered and never come out. But when her curiosity got the better of her, she decided to explore it herself. One rainy afternoon, Sophie found herself standing at the entrance of the mansion, the heavy wooden door creaking as she pushed it open. The inside was just as she had expected, dark, with faded wallpaper and broken furniture. She made her way through the rooms, following the sound of rain tapping against the windows. When she finally reached the library, she could hardly believe her eyes. The room was exactly as it had been described, books piled high, their spines cracked and faded, glowing softly in the dim light. Sophie hesitated at the doorway. Should she go in? Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the room, the door creaking shut behind her. The silence was almost oppressive. The only sound was the soft rustle of pages as Sophie moved through the aisles, her flashlight guiding her through the darkness. There were so many books, rows upon rows of them, each one covered in dust. Sophie was drawn to a small shelf at the back, a collection of old, leather-bound volumes. She reached out and picked one up. Its cover felt strangely warm under her fingers. The book was titled The Stories We Tell and was filled with faded pages, scribbled notes in the margins, strange symbols she couldn't quite understand. Sophie hesitated. Should she read it? Curiosity got the better of her. She opened the book, her flashlight casting a glow over the pages. As she read, the words seemed to blur. There were stories here, stories of people who had entered the mansion and disappeared. Do not read this, Sophie whispered to herself. It's just a book. But the words were like a magnet, pulling her in. She kept reading, page after page, until she reached a story that seemed to stand out, the tale of the mirror's reflection. Sophie hesitated. This was one of the stories she had heard about, the story of a mirror that could show you your deepest fears, your darkest secrets. She hesitated. Should she read it? But her curiosity won out. Sophie began to read aloud, her voice trembling as she traced the words with her finger. The mirror reflects not just what is, but what could be, your past, your future, your fears. Those who look into the mirror do not see themselves as they are, but as they might become, a reflection of their darkest desires, their deepest fears. It is said that the mirror is a gateway, a place where reality and fantasy blur, where the truth is hidden in the shadows. Sophie's heart was pounding. This isn't real, she whispered, her voice breaking, but as she read on, the words seemed to take on a life of their own, the room growing colder, the shadows deeper. The pages were filled with stories of people who had looked into the mirror and never come back, who had seen something they couldn't forget. Sophie's flashlight flickered. She felt something cold brush against her arm. She looked up, and there it was, the mirror, a large, ornate piece framed in black wood, just like the one in the stories. Don't look into it, she whispered to herself, it's not real. But something drew her to the mirror, the way it seemed to reflect more than just the room around her. It seemed to pull at her, to call her name. Don't, she said again, louder this time, but she couldn't resist. Sophie moved closer, her reflection staring back at her, almost as if it were mocking her. She took a deep breath and looked into the glass. At first, it was just her reflection, the same old Sophie, wearing jeans and a t-shirt, her brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. But then the reflection started to change. Sophie saw herself in a different place, a different time, her own reflection older. Sadder, is that me? She whispered. The reflection nodded. You could be, it said, its voice barely a whisper. Sophie stepped back. What do you want? Just to show you, the reflection replied, its voice growing fainter. To show you what could be. Sophie took another step back. I don't want to see it. But it was too late. The reflection grew stronger. The room around her started to blur, the walls fading away. Sophie was no longer in the library. She was standing in a dark, foggy place, trees all around her, a heavy mist hanging in the air. Where am I? She asked, her voice trembling. This is your fear, the reflection replied. This is what could happen if you don't listen. Sophie turned. To what? To the mirror, the reflection said, its voice growing stronger. To the stories it tells. Sophie could feel the panic rising. I just want to go home. But the reflection didn't answer, just stood there, watching her. Please, Sophie begged, let me go. But the reflection shook its head. You made a choice when you looked into the mirror, it said. Now you have to live with it. Sophie's heart was pounding. I don't want to. Then leave, the reflection replied, but you can never look back. Sophie turned and ran, through the trees, through the fog, back to the mansion. The moment she stepped through the doorway, the mirror shattered, 1,000 tiny pieces of glass falling to the floor. Sophie didn't stop. She ran, her heart still pounding, until she was back in the car, sitting in the driver's seat, tears streaming down her face. Are you okay? Ben asked, his voice shaky. Sophie just nodded. Let's get out of here, she said, her voice barely a whisper. As they drove away, Sophie looked back at the mansion, at the dark, empty windows. It's not real, she whispered to herself. It's just a mirror. But as she said it, the whispering started again, the faintest voices, as if the mansion were calling her back. Come back, come back. Sophie didn't answer. She just kept driving, away from the mansion, away from the mirror's reflection. That night, she couldn't sleep, nightmares of the dark. Foggy place, the whispers in the shadows. The friends never spoke of the mansion or the mirror again. They didn't need to. The fear was still there, a shadow in the back of their minds, a reminder of what could happen when you look too closely at the stories we tell. And every now and then, on a quiet night, Sophie would hear it, the faintest whisper, come back, come back. And in the darkness, the silence would grow, until there was nothing left but the night. Next story. In the heart of the city, there was an old cinema, an Art Deco masterpiece with a faded marquee and broken windows. It had been abandoned for years, the movie posters peeling, the neon lights dead and buried under grime. But to some, it was more than just an old building. It was a place of whispers, of secrets that could be heard only when the wind was just right. Laura had always been drawn to the cinema. She had grown up in the neighborhood and remembered the old movies they used to show there. When she heard it was abandoned, she couldn't resist. One evening, she slipped through a broken window, her flashlight in hand. The cinema was exactly as she had imagined, rows of seats covered in dust. The stage curtain hanging lifeless. Laura made her way down the aisles, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She could feel the ghosts of movies past, of laughter and applause, of stories that had been told under the flickering lights. As she explored, Laura found herself in the projection room, an old machine still covered in dust, reels of film stacked on the floor. She hesitated. Should she touch it? Curiosity got the better of her. She reached out, her fingers brushing the reels. As she did, she could hear the faintest whisper, "Watch. Watch." "Hello?" Laura called, "Is someone there?" But there was no answer, just the whispering, soft and barely audible. Laura shook her head. "It's just an old building." "Laura," she muttered to herself, "there's nothing here." But the whispering didn't stop. "Watch. Watch." Laura picked up one of the reels. The label was worn, the writing almost illegible. She held it up to the light. "The Midnight Show." "What is this?" she asked, her voice trembling. As if in answer, the whispering grew louder. "Watch. Watch." Laura hesitated. Okay, she said finally, her fingers trembling as she placed the reel on the machine. She started the projector, watched as the reel slowly spun, the images coming to life on the screen, black and white, grainy, old. At first, it was just random scenes, a street at night, a man walking alone, the rain dripping from his coat. But then the image changed. Laura could see the cinema itself, people sitting in the audience, their faces obscured by shadows. The screen flickered, the sound crackling. "Watch. Watch." Laura leaned closer. "What is this?" The screen flickered again, the image of the audience fading away, replaced by the projection room, her own reflection staring back at her. "Hello?" she said again, louder this time. The projection room grew darker, the shadows moving on their own, the whispering growing louder. "Watch. Watch." Laura could feel the fear rising. "What do you want?" The reflection in the screen moved closer, Laura's own face staring back at her, a cold, empty look in its eyes. "Watch. Watch." It repeated, its voice echoing in the room. Laura backed away. "I'm leaving," she said, her voice breaking, but as she turned, the room changed, the walls faded away, the floor shifting under her feet. She was no longer in the cinema, she was in a dark, empty space, a void where the only sound was the whispering, "Watch. Watch." It came again, louder this time, almost a chant. Laura turned back to the screen, the reflection was still there, its eyes locked onto hers. "What do you want?" she demanded. "Watch. Watch." The reflection replied, "Watch until it's done." Laura felt something cold on her shoulder. She looked down, and there it was, a shadow, reaching out from the screen. Its fingers brushing her skin. "Let go." Laura cried, "I don't want to watch." But the shadow didn't move, just kept reaching for her. "Watch. Watch." It whispered, its voice growing stronger. Tears filled Laura's eyes. "I can't watch." The reflection in the screen shouted, "Or you'll never leave." Laura took a step back. "I don't care, I'm leaving." But the shadow was closer now, its fingers brushing her arms, her neck. "Watch. Watch." "Fine." Laura shouted, "I'll watch. Just let me go." The shadow recoiled. "Watch and you'll see." Laura took a deep breath. "Okay, fine," she said, her voice trembling. "I'm watching." The reflection nodded. "Good." Now watch. As she did, the images on the screen changed again. This time, it was a movie, a film that seemed to play out in real time. Laura recognized the characters, her friends, her family, everyone she knew. Is this real? She asked, her voice breaking. The reflection nodded. It's your life, Laura, your future, your past, it's all here. Why? Laura demanded. What do you want from me? Just to watch, the reflection replied, just to see how it ends. Laura's heart was pounding. I don't want to watch. Then you'll never leave, the reflection said, its voice low. Laura hesitated. What happens if I do? Then you'll understand, the reflection replied, you'll see the truth. Laura took a deep breath. Okay, I'll watch. As she did, the movie played out, scenes from her past, her childhood, her future, everything that was going to happen, everything that had already happened. It was overwhelming, too much to take in. Is this real? She asked again, her voice breaking. Real enough, the reflection replied. Watch. Watch. The movie continued, scenes from her future, marriage, children, a happy life. But then, the scenes started to change. The happiness faded, replaced by darkness, by fear and loss. What is this? Laura asked, why are you showing me this? Because it's your choice, the reflection replied, to know the truth or to turn away. Laura closed her eyes. I don't want to see it. But the reflection shook its head. You have to watch. There's no other way. Laura felt something break inside her. She opened her eyes, looked into the reflection. I'm not going to watch. As she said it, the image on the screen faded. Everything went dark. Laura was back in the projection room, back in the cinema. The whispering started again. Watch. Watch. But this time, Laura didn't listen. She turned and ran, her heart pounding in her chest. As she reached the door, she could hear the sound of the projector, still running, still showing the movie. Laura pushed through the door and out into the night. She didn't stop until she was back in her car. Sitting in the driver's seat, her hands shaking. What happened? Ben asked, his voice trembling as he looked at her. I don't know, Laura replied, her voice barely a whisper, but I'm never going back. As they drove away, Laura could feel the weight of what she had seen, the fear, the loss, the future that was now uncertain. The whispering started again, soft, barely audible. Watch. Watch. Laura didn't answer. She just kept driving, away from the cinema, away from the shadows that had tried to pull her back. That night, she couldn't sleep. Nightmares of the projection room, of the reflection in the screen. The next day, she tried to tell Ben what had happened, tried to make him understand. But he just looked at her, his eyes wide. Laura, maybe you should leave it alone. But Laura couldn't. She couldn't forget what she had seen, what she had heard. The whispers followed her everywhere. Watch. Watch. That night, as she lay in bed, Laura made a decision. She would go back, face the reflection one more time, find out what it wanted. But when she arrived at the cinema, it was gone. The building was boarded up, the windows black. Laura tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she pushed, the whispers were louder now. Watch. Watch. Stop. Laura shouted, I don't want to watch anymore. But the cinema was silent, just the sound of the wind outside. The echo of her own voice. Maybe it's just gone, Laura said, her voice breaking. Maybe it was just a dream. But as she turned to leave, she heard it, the faintest whisper, watch. Watch. Laura didn't answer, she just kept walking, back to her car, back to her life. As she drove away, the whispers grew quieter, until there was nothing left but the night. But every now and then, on a quiet night, Laura would hear it, the faintest whisper, watch. Watch. And in the darkness, the silence would grow, until there was nothing left but the night. Next story. It was an old, abandoned house at the end of the street, a place that no one dared to go. The windows were boarded up, the roof caving in. To anyone who didn't know better, it looked like just another neglected building in a forgotten neighborhood. But to those who did, it was something else entirely, a place where the past refused to let go. Mike had heard the stories, whispered tales of the house, of the family who had once lived there. They said the family had disappeared one night, leaving everything behind, their clothes, their furniture, their photos. No one had seen them since. Curiosity got the better of Mike. He had always been fascinated by the unknown, by the things that couldn't be explained. One night, he decided to go inside, to see for himself what had happened. The night was cold, the wind biting as Mike stood at the foot of the steps. He hesitated. Should he go in? Taking a deep breath, he climbed the steps, the boards creaking under his weight. The door was locked, but the windows weren't. Mike slipped through, his flashlight in hand. Inside, the air was thick with dust, the smell of old books and decay. The rooms were dark, the curtains torn, the floorboards cracked. Mike moved carefully, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, casting strange shadows on the walls. As he made his way through the house, Mike could feel eyes watching him, eyes that weren't really there. Eyes that seemed to follow him from room to room. He tried to shake the feeling, just an old house, he muttered to himself, nothing more. But the whispers started, soft, barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. Mike stopped. Who's there? He called. No answer, just the whispering, growing louder, more insistent. Show yourself. Mike shouted, I know you're here. The whispering grew even louder, the air around him seemed to grow colder. Mike moved faster, trying to find his way out, trying to ignore the feeling that he was being watched. He reached the living room, a large space with broken furniture, old paintings hanging on the walls. There was something odd about the room, something familiar. As if he had been here before. Hello? Mike called, is anyone there? But there was still no answer, just the whispering, almost like it was coming from the walls themselves. Mike turned. There it was, a doorway, barely visible in the dark. He made his way toward it, his flashlight cutting through the shadows. As he got closer, he could see what was behind the door, a staircase, leading down into darkness. Hello? Mike called again, is anyone down there? The whispering grew louder, don't go down there, it seemed to say, don't go. But Mike ignored it, he couldn't stop now, not after coming this far, don't go. The whispering repeated, louder this time, you can't go back. Mike hesitated, why not? He asked, what's down there? The whispering was almost a chant now, watch. Watch. Mike took a step back, what do you want? Watch. Watch. The whispering came again, watch and you'll see. Mike turned away. "I'm leaving," he said, his voice breaking, but as he tried to leave, the door closed behind him, the sound of it locking, echoing in the silence. "Great," Mike muttered, "just great." He turned back to the staircase. "Okay, I'm watching," he said, "but that doesn't mean I'm going down there." The whispering seemed to get louder. "Watch. Watch." Mike took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll watch. Just show me what you want." As he said it, the darkness seemed to shift, the walls of the house faded away, and Mike was standing in a different place, a different time. He was in the living room again, but it wasn't empty. There were people there, a family, mom, dad, 2 kids. They looked happy, talking, laughing, sitting together on the couch. Mike moved closer. "What's happening?" he asked. "Who are they?" The whispering answered, "This is what it was, what it could have been." Mike watched, fascinated and terrified all at once. The family on the screen seemed real, too real, like they were actually there. "Why are they here?" Mike asked. "Why am I seeing this?" "Because you need to know," the whispering replied. "You need to see the truth." The scene changed. The family was still there, but something was wrong. Mike could feel it. The air grew colder, the whispers louder. "Watch. Watch." "Stop!" Mike shouted. "I don't want to see it." But the image didn't change. If anything, it grew clearer. The family on the screen began to argue, loud voices, harsh words. The children looked scared. Mike could feel their fear. "What's happening?" he asked. "What do I need to see?" The whispering grew louder. "Watch. Watch." Mike took a step closer. "No, I don't want to watch anymore." But it was too late. The scene changed again. The family was gone, replaced by the empty house, by the decay and the darkness. "Is this what's going to happen?" Mike asked. "Is this what I'm supposed to see?" The whispering didn't answer, just kept repeating, "Watch. Watch." Mike felt his fear growing. "I can't, please, just let me go." "Watch. Watch." The whispering came again, "Or you'll never understand." Mike took another step back. "I don't care, I'm not watching anymore." But as he said it, the scene changed again. The empty house was replaced by something else, a room, a small, dimly lit room with a single bed and a rocking chair. "Where am I?" Mike asked. "What is this place?" "This is your future," the whispering replied. "If you keep going, if you don't turn back." Mike felt his heart pounding. This can't be real. "Watch. Watch." The whispering came again. "Watch and see." Mike hesitated. "Okay, fine," he said, "I'll watch." As he did, the scene played out. Mike saw himself, older, alone, sitting in that room, rocking back and forth, his eyes empty. "No," Mike said, "this isn't what I want. This can't be my future." But the whispering didn't stop. "Watch. Watch." Mike's tears started to fall. "I don't want to watch this." "Then you'll never know," the whispering replied. "You'll never understand." Mike felt something snap inside him. He turned and ran, through the darkness, through the empty house, back to the door. He tried the handle. "Let me out," he shouted. "I don't want to watch anymore." But the door wouldn't budge, no matter how hard he pushed. "Watch. Watch." The whispering grew louder. "You have to know." Mike turned. "I don't care, just let me go." The whispering grew even louder. "Watch. Watch." Mike's heart was pounding. He could feel the darkness closing in. "I'm not watching anymore." As he said it, the room around him seemed to shift, the walls closing in, the darkness swallowing him whole. "I'm leaving." Mike shouted, "Let me go." But there was no answer, just the whispering, getting louder, more insistent. "Watch. Watch." And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whispering stopped, the room grew silent, the darkness faded away. Mike was back in the projection room, the old cinema silent around him. Mike took a deep breath. "Is it over?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The whispering was gone, replaced by the sound of the projector still running, the reel spinning as if nothing had happened. "Is this a dream?" Mike asked. "Am I really here?" No answer, just the sound of the projector, the light flickering on the walls. Mike took a step back. "I'm leaving," he said. "I don't want to be here anymore." He turned and ran, out of the cinema, back into the night. As he reached his car, he looked back at the building, at the broken windows, the dark, empty facade. Maybe it was just a dream, Mike whispered to himself. Maybe I imagined it. But as he drove away, he could still hear it, the faintest whisper, "Watch. Watch." Mike didn't answer. He just kept driving, away from the cinema, away from the darkness that seemed to follow him. That night, he couldn't sleep. Nightmares of the projection room, of the whispering voices. In the days that followed, Mike tried to forget what he had seen, tried to push it away. But the whispers followed him everywhere. "Watch. Watch." And every now and then, when he was alone, Mike would hear it, the faintest whisper, "Watch. Watch." And in the darkness, the silence would grow, until there was nothing left but the night. The whispering forest, deep in the heart of a dense, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to each other in the rustling leaves, there was a place known only to a few. It was a hidden glade, surrounded by towering oaks and draped with ivy, where the sunlight barely touched the ground. It was said that anyone who dared to enter this glade would hear the forest's secrets, if they listened closely enough. Ella was one such soul. She had always felt a pull toward the woods, a sense that there was something more to the world than what she could see in her small village. Her grandmother used to tell her stories about the whispering forest, tales of spirits that guarded its secrets and the old, forgotten magic that lived beneath its canopy. Ella had never believed in such things, until one fateful day when she found herself standing at the edge of the glade. "Are you sure you want to go in there, dear?" Her mother's voice was full of worry as Ella adjusted her backpack. "You know how dangerous it is. People have vanished without a trace." Ella's eyes were wide with determination as she looked back at her mother. "I have to, Mom. I feel like there's something important waiting for me." Her mother's eyes softened, and she wrapped her in a tight hug. "Be careful, Ella. Please come back." With that, Ella stepped into the glade. The moment she crossed the threshold, the air seemed to change, thicker, heavier with secrets and whispers. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches reaching out as if to catch her in a net of shadows. Ella's heart was pounding, but she took a deep breath and kept walking, listening for any hint of the whispers her grandmother had talked about. It wasn't long before she heard it, a soft, melodious voice, almost like a breeze whispering through the leaves. "Welcome, Ella," it said. "We've been waiting for you." Ella spun around, but there was no one there. The voice seemed to come from all around her, as if the forest itself was speaking. "Who are you?" She called out, but the voice just chuckled in response. "Patience, child," it said. "You must listen carefully if you wish to understand." Ella took another step forward, and the voice grew louder, more insistent. "Listen. Can you hear it?" Ella strained her ears, trying to make out the words among the rustling leaves and the distant call of a bird. "I hear whispers," she said, barely above a whisper. "Good," the voice replied. "Now, focus on them. They hold the forest's secrets, the past, the present, and the future." Ella closed her eyes, trying to block out everything else and concentrate on the voices. It was like eavesdropping on 100 conversations at once, murmurs, laughter, cries, and songs. The forest was alive with stories, and each leaf seemed to be telling its own tale. What am I supposed to do?" she asked. Feeling overwhelmed, "Listen, Ella," the voice urged. "You must find the center of the glade, where the roots of the oldest tree lie. There, the true magic of the forest will reveal itself." Ella nodded, her breath catching as she moved deeper into the glade. The trees seemed to watch her, their branches swaying in a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. As she reached the center, the ground was covered in thick moss, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. "Sit," the voice commanded gently. "Close your eyes and listen." Ella obeyed, sitting cross-legged on the moss, her hands resting on her knees. She took another deep breath and closed her eyes, focusing on the whispers that surrounded her. Slowly, the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the forest and its secrets. "I'm here," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Show me what you need to show me." The whispers grew louder, the words becoming clearer, and suddenly, Ella was no longer in the glade, she was in a vision. She saw the forest as it was, untouched by time, vibrant, and full of life. The trees spoke to each other, sharing stories of the past, and in the distance, she could see figures, ghostly apparitions that moved through the trees with a grace that was almost haunting. "Who are they?" she asked, feeling a chill run down her spine. "They are the keepers," the voice explained. "They protect the forest's secrets and guide those who are worthy." Ella felt herself drawn to one of the keepers, a woman with silver hair and eyes that glowed with a faint light. She moved closer, feeling a connection to this ethereal being, as if they had known each other in another life. "You're here to understand, Ella," the keeper said, her voice soft and soothing. "The forest holds a balance that is fragile and needs protection. You are a part of that balance." Ella's heart was pounding, but how? "I'm just a girl from a village." "You have a gift, Ella," the keeper replied. "A gift to hear what others cannot. It is your destiny to listen, to protect the stories that are hidden in the leaves, and to guide others who are lost in the shadows." Ella felt tears in her eyes as she took in the enormity of what the keeper was saying. "But I don't know how." "None of us do, child," the keeper said gently. "We learn as we go. But you are not alone, there are others like you." Together, you will keep the forest safe, protect its secrets, and ensure that the whispers are never silenced." Ella nodded, her heart swelling with hope. "I'm ready," she said, feeling a new sense of purpose. "Good," the keeper said with a smile. "Now, go back to your world, Ella. The forest will call to you when it needs you." Ella's eyes fluttered open, and she was back in the glade. The sunlight was filtering through the leaves, casting patterns on the ground. She knew that her journey with the whispering forest had just begun, and though the path ahead was uncertain, she felt ready to listen, to hear the secrets and protect the magic of the woods. With a deep breath, Ella stood and made her way back through the trees, her heart lighter, knowing that she was no longer just a girl from a village. She was a keeper, and the forest had chosen her to be its voice. The echoing mirror. Maggie had always been drawn to the old mirror in her grandmother's attic. It was a grand, ornate thing, framed in carved wood with dark, swirling patterns. Her grandmother used to warn her about it, saying that it wasn't just an ordinary mirror, that sometimes it showed things that weren't really there. "Don't spend too much time looking into it," her grandmother had said, her voice low and serious. "It's not safe." But of course, Maggie hadn't listened. Ever since she was a little girl, there had been something about that mirror that called to her. Whenever she was alone in the attic, she would sit in front of it, staring into her reflection until the room around her seemed to blur and fade. One night, after her parents had gone to bed and the house was quiet, Maggie decided to go back to the attic. She carried a flashlight with her, just in case she needed it, and when she reached the top of the stairs, she pushed open the door to the small, cluttered room. The mirror was in the corner, waiting for her. Maggie's heart raced as she moved closer to it, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth glass. She took a deep breath and sat down in front of it, her flashlight casting a soft, steady beam of light into the room. For a moment, she hesitated, then slowly, she looked into her reflection. At first, everything seemed normal, her messy blonde hair, her green eyes staring back at her. But then, as she continued to watch, the reflection in the mirror seemed to shift. It grew darker, more distant. Maggie's breath quickened, and she leaned in closer, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. "Come on, Maggie," she whispered to herself. "There's nothing there." But the shadows in the mirror seemed to deepen, coiling around her reflection like tendrils of smoke. Suddenly, her image blinked, just once, and when it opened its eyes again, they were different, deeper, darker, almost empty. "Hello, Maggie," a voice whispered, almost too soft to hear. It came from the mirror, but it wasn't her voice. It was something else, something old and knowing. Maggie's heart was pounding as she tried to look away. But her eyes were fixed on the reflection. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. Watch and listen," the voice said, and Maggie could feel the weight of its words pressing down on her. "You've been chosen." Maggie swallowed, her hands starting to shake. "Chosen for what?" "To see," the voice replied. "To know what's hidden, what's lost." "Why me?" Maggie's voice was barely a whisper now. "Because you can hear it," the voice said, as if it were speaking to something inside her, something that had always been there, waiting to be awakened. "You can listen to the whispers, the secrets." Maggie shook her head, trying to understand. "I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. Watch. The voice insisted, watch and you'll understand. The shadows in the mirror seemed to reach out, curling around Maggie's reflection until she felt like she was sinking into the glass. She could see shapes moving just beyond her view, shapes that seemed to shimmer and fade, like ghosts in the night. Look closer, the voice urged. They're always there, waiting. Maggie leaned in, her breath catching as she saw them, figures moving just beyond the glass, shadows that seemed to twist and writhe like smoke. They were watching her, too, staring back from within the mirror's depths. Who are they? She whispered. They're the echoes, the voice replied. They come when you call, when you need to see. Maggie swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down her spine. I didn't ask for this. You didn't need to, the voice said, because they're always there, just waiting for someone to see them. Maggie took a deep breath, her hands still trembling. What do I do? Listen, the voice said softly. You have to listen. Watch and you'll learn. As she did, the shadows in the mirror seemed to grow more distinct. Maggie could make out faces now, faces that seemed to watch her with eyes that were too old, too knowing. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that seemed to call her name, Maggie, Maggie. Please, Maggie said, her voice breaking, just let me go. Watch. The voice was almost a plea now, watch and you'll understand. Maggie closed her eyes, trying to block out the sound of the whispers, but they only grew louder, insistent, like they were trying to pull her into the mirror. She could feel the cold, clammy touch of the glass on her skin, as if it were reaching out to pull her in. I don't want this, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Watch. The voice urged, watch and you'll see. Maggie took a deep breath, her eyes still closed, and then slowly opened them again. When she looked into the mirror this time, everything was different. She was no longer in the attic. Instead, she was in a dark, twisting corridor, the walls lined with mirrors just like the one she had at home. Each mirror held its own secrets, its own whispers. Where am I? She asked, feeling a sense of dread settle in her stomach. The echoing corridor, the voice said, its tone almost mournful. It's where the echoes live, where the past and present collide. Maggie turned in a circle, trying to make sense of it all. What do they want from me? They need you to hear, the voice said. They need you to understand what's lost, what's waiting to be found. Maggie took a deep breath, her heart still racing. How do I find my way back? Watch. The voice said softly, watch and follow the whispers. Maggie nodded, feeling a new determination settle over her. She knew that if she wanted to go back to her world, she had to listen, to the whispers, to the echoes. With a deep breath, she began to walk, following the sound of the voices as they grew louder, more insistent. Step by step, she moved deeper into the corridor, her eyes fixed on the mirrors, each one reflecting a different part of her life, a different choice she had made. As she walked, she could hear the voices, pleading, calling to her, Maggie. Come back. Don't leave us. Tears filled Maggie's eyes as she pressed on, her determination growing with every step. She didn't know how long she walked, didn't know how far she had to go. All she knew was that she had to find her way back, to the attic, to her family, to safety, finally. After what felt like hours, Maggie reached the end of the corridor. There was a large, ornate mirror at the end, much like the one she had at home. She moved toward it slowly, her heart in her throat. "Is this it?" she asked, her voice breaking. "Watch." The voice said softly, "Watch and you'll find your way back." Maggie took a deep breath and looked into the mirror. At first, everything was blurry, then, slowly, her reflection began to come into focus. But it wasn't just her, it was her, with her grandmother beside her, her hand resting on Maggie's shoulder. "Time to go back, child," her grandmother's voice was calm and steady. "Time to leave the echoes behind." Maggie nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I'm ready," she said, her voice strong. "Watch." Her grandmother urged, "Watch and step through." Maggie took a deep breath, her heart pounding, and then stepped into the mirror. The world seemed to twist around her, and when she opened her eyes again, she was back in the attic, her flashlight still clutched in her hand. The mirror was just a mirror again, ordinary, unremarkable. Maggie could feel the echoes still whispering to her, still calling her name, but she knew now how to shut them out, how to protect herself from the shadows. She stayed in the attic for a moment longer, her breath shaky, and then slowly made her way back down the stairs. Her grandmother was waiting for her at the bottom, a worried look on her face. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked softly. Maggie nodded, her eyes still full of tears. "Yes, Grandma," she said, her voice steady. "I found my way back." "Good," her grandmother said, pulling her into a tight hug. "Now, let's keep that mirror locked away. Some secrets are better left hidden." And from that day on, Maggie never went back to the attic, never looked into that mirror again. She knew that the forest of whispers and echoes was always there, just beyond the glass, waiting for someone to listen. And she knew that she was lucky to have found her way back, to the safety of her family, to the world where she belonged. The night carnival, in a small, sleepy town, nestled between rolling hills and dense woods, there was an old, decrepit carnival that only came to life once a year, at the stroke of midnight on Halloween. It was said that this carnival wasn't just a normal one. Its rides creaked and groaned as they moved, its lights flickered with a sinister glow, and the laughter of the visitors seemed to echo in the air long after they had left. Mason had heard the stories all his life, how people would vanish after wandering into the carnival, only to return days later with no memory of where they had been. Some said it was a trap, set by the carnival's dark, twisted owner, Mr. Blackwood, who would use the fear and pain of his visitors to power his strange machines. Despite the warnings, Mason was drawn to it. Something about the stories called to him, promising answers to questions he hadn't yet asked. The night finally came, a crisp, cold October night when the wind seemed to whisper through the trees, urging him to go. Mason made his way to the edge of the woods, where the carnival had been set up. The rides lined up like silent sentinels in the dark, their bright lights glowing eerily in the distance. "Are you sure about this, Mason?" his best friend, Amy, asked as she adjusted the collar of her coat. "I've heard the stories, they're not just rumors." Mason nodded, a determined look on his face. "I have to know, Amy. I need to find out what happened to those people." Amy hesitated, looking at the carnival with a mix of fear and curiosity. "If you're going in, I'm going with you." Together, they stepped into the carnival grounds. As soon as they crossed the threshold, they felt it, a change in the air, a heavy, oppressive feeling that seemed to close in around them. The lights flickered once, twice, and then stabilized, casting a sickly hue over the rides and games. Where do we start? Amy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mason looked around, trying to ignore the unease in his stomach. Let's check out the House of Mirrors first. I heard that's where most people get trapped. They made their way to the House of Mirrors, its glass walls reflecting the twisted shapes of the surrounding woods. As they approached, Mason could see figures moving just beyond the glass, people in ragged, tattered clothes, their faces twisted in silent screams. What is this place? Amy asked, her voice shaking. I don't know, Mason admitted, but we need to find out. They pushed open the door to the House of Mirrors, the heavy wood groaning as it swung inward. Inside, the mirrors were dark and foggy, their reflections broken and distorted. As Mason moved closer, he could see figures moving within the glass, ghostly shapes that seemed to stare back at him with hollow eyes. Watch out, he said, his voice low. Don't let them touch you. Amy nodded, keeping close to him as they walked deeper into the maze of mirrors. The air was thick with a strange, metallic scent, and Mason felt his skin prickle as if something was watching him, something behind the glass. Why are we here, Mason? Amy asked, her voice trembling. What are we looking for? Mason hesitated, his eyes scanning the reflections. Answers, he said finally, his voice steady. I need to know what happened to those people. They reached the center of the maze, an empty space with mirrors on all sides. As Mason looked around, he could see his reflection, but it wasn't just him. There were other faces in the glass, watching him. Who are you? He asked, his voice echoing in the small space. Look closer, a voice whispered from behind him. Mason turned around, but there was no one there, just more mirrors, their reflections shifting and changing with the movement of the light. Show yourself, he demanded. The mirrors seemed to ripple, and then a figure stepped out, a man, tall and thin, with a face that seemed to shimmer like water. You've come seeking answers, haven't you, Mason? He asked, his voice soft and unsettling. Yes, Mason said, his heart pounding. Tell me what's going on here. The man smiled, his teeth sharp and pointed. You don't really want to know, Mason. You might not like the truth. I have to know, Mason insisted. What happened to those people? The man's smile faded, and he moved closer to Mason, his reflection seeming to blur and twist with each step. They made a deal, one they couldn't refuse. They gave up their freedom for a chance to be part of something greater. Part of what? Mason asked, his voice steady despite the fear he felt. The carnival, the man said, his voice low and ominous. It's more than just a place for entertainment, it's a trap, a place where the darkness holds sway. What does that mean? Mason asked, his grip tightening on Amy's hand. It means that once you're here, you can't leave, the man said, his eyes cold and unblinking. Not unless you're chosen, unless you have something the carnival wants. Mason felt a shiver run down his spine. And what does it want? The man leaned in closer, his reflection growing clearer in the glass. Fear, pain, memories, whatever it takes to keep the darkness alive." "Why me?" Mason asked, his voice breaking. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you have a choice, Mason," the man said, his reflection sharpening into focus. "You can leave, if you're willing to pay the price." Mason shook his head. "What price?" The man leaned even closer, his breath hot against Mason's ear. "Your soul." Mason pulled back, his eyes wide with fear. "No. I don't want any part of this." The man's reflection smiled again, a cruel, mocking smile. "Then you'll be trapped here forever, Mason, just like the others." With that, the man turned and vanished, his reflection fading into the glass. Mason grabbed Amy's hand and pulled her toward the door. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice urgent. "Now." They ran out of the House of Mirrors and into the open air of the carnival grounds. The air seemed to change as they left the maze, the oppressive feeling lifting just a little. "Did you see that?" Amy asked, her eyes wide with panic. Mason nodded, still holding her hand tightly. "Yes, I did. And I don't ever want to see it again." As they made their way back to the edge of the carnival, Mason could feel the darkness closing in behind them. The laughter of the carnival seemed to echo in his ears. But it wasn't the laughter of joy, it was hollow, twisted, like the carnival itself. When they finally reached the woods, Mason looked back, expecting to see the carnival grounds just as they had left them. Instead, the ground was empty, no rides, no lights, no twisted figures moving through the shadows. "It's gone," Amy said, her voice barely a whisper. Mason nodded, his heart still racing. "For now," he said, his eyes scanning the woods as if he expected the carnival to reappear at any moment. "But I don't think it's really gone, it's just waiting for someone else to come along." As they walked away, the sound of the carnival's laughter seemed to follow them, carried on the wind through the trees, an endless, echoing reminder that the darkness was never truly gone, it was just hidden, waiting to be found. The clockmaker's secret, in a small town, tucked away from the world by dense forests and rolling hills, there was an old clockmaker, Mr. Ambrose. He was known throughout the town for his elaborate clocks, every piece meticulously crafted, with gears that clicked and whirred in perfect harmony. But there was one clock in particular that Mr. Ambrose kept hidden, a clock that no one had ever seen. One autumn evening, Claire, a young journalist, moved to the town to start her new job at the local newspaper. She had heard about the clockmaker and his secrets, how he was said to have lived in that town for decades, always working in his workshop, always perfecting his craft. Curious, Claire decided to visit him. She found his workshop easily, an old, wooden building on the outskirts of town, its windows fogged over with dust. As she approached, she could hear the soft ticking of clocks from within, the steady beat that seemed to pulse in time with the setting sun. Claire knocked on the door, and it creaked open slowly. Mr. Ambrose stood in the doorway, a tall, stooped figure with long white hair and thick glasses perched on his nose. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gruff but kind. "Yes, Mr. Ambrose," Claire replied, her voice steady despite the nervousness she felt. "I'm a journalist, new to town. I heard you might have a story to tell." Mr. Ambrose's eyes twinkled, and he stepped back to let her in. "Come in," come in. I've got something to show you." Claire followed him into the workshop, her eyes scanning the rows of clocks that lined the walls, each one unique, with its own style and mechanism. Mr. Ambrose led her to a small, dusty corner where an old clock sat, its hands frozen at midnight. "Is this the clock?" Claire asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes," Mr. Ambrose said, his fingers brushing the glass. "This is the clockmaker's secret, my masterpiece." "What makes it so special?" Claire asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's not just a clock," Mr. Ambrose replied, his tone serious. "It's a portal, a way to another place." Claire frowned. "A portal? Like a time machine?" "Not quite," Mr. Ambrose said, shaking his head. "It's more like a doorway, between worlds. I built it long ago, long before I came to this town." Claire's eyes widened. "You're saying this clock can take someone somewhere else?" "Only one way," Mr. Ambrose replied, his voice low. "And only if they're willing to pay the price." "What kind of price?" Claire asked, her heart pounding. "Your soul," Mr. Ambrose said, his eyes locked on hers. "Or something just as valuable, your memories, your past." "Why would anyone want to do that?" Claire asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Because they're desperate," Mr. Ambrose replied, his gaze dropping to the floor. "Desperate to leave, to escape from the pain, the regret." "Have you used it?" Claire asked, her voice trembling. Mr. Ambrose hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Yes. Once, many years ago." "What happened?" Claire pressed, her voice steady now. "I made a deal," Mr. Ambrose said, his fingers tracing the cracks in the clock's glass. "I lost something, my wife, my children. All because I wanted to go back, to fix my mistakes." "And did it work?" Claire asked, her voice barely a whisper. "For a while," Mr. Ambrose replied. "But then I realized, I was just trading one pain for another. I can never go back, I can never change what's been done." "Do you regret it?" Claire asked. Her voice soft. "Yes," Mr. Ambrose said, his eyes meeting hers. "Every day." Claire stood in silence for a moment, considering what he had told her. "What happens if someone uses the clock now?" "They disappear," Mr. Ambrose replied, his voice heavy with sadness. "Forever, lost in the other world." "Is there a way to bring them back?" Claire asked, her voice barely a whisper. "There's always a way," Mr. Ambrose said, his eyes distant. "But it's not easy, it's not guaranteed." Claire took a step closer to the clock, her fingers brushing the glass. "Can I see how it works?" Mr. Ambrose shook his head. "No. It's too dangerous, it's not meant to be seen." "Why did you show it to me?" Claire asked. Her voice shaking. "Because I need someone to understand," Mr. Ambrose said, his voice breaking. "Someone who will tell the story of the clockmaker's secret." Claire took a deep breath. "I'll tell it, if you let me." Mr. Ambrose looked at her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right. But you must be careful, Claire. Not everyone is ready to hear the truth." Claire left the workshop later that night, her mind spinning with what she had learned, the secrets hidden in the clockmaker's workshop, the price paid for knowledge. As she walked back to her apartment, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that someone, or something, was following her. That night, she had a dream of a dark, empty place, where the clock was still ticking, the hands frozen at midnight. In the dream, she saw a figure, Mr. Ambrose, standing in the shadows, his eyes filled with regret. When she woke, Claire knew that the story of the clockmaker's secret was not over, it had only just begun. She had a new purpose now, finding out who else had used the clock, and why. And if there was a way to bring them back. The Whispering Pines, deep in the heart of the Whispering Pines forest, there was a legend, a story passed down through generations about an old, forgotten cabin hidden amongst the trees. No one had seen the cabin for years, and many believed it to be nothing more than a ghost story, a way to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. One autumn evening, just as the sun was beginning to set, Sarah and her friends decided to take a hike through the forest. They had heard the stories about the cabin but dismissed them as nothing more than rumors, urban legends meant to scare the curious. As they walked deeper into the woods, the air grew colder, and the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches whispering in the wind. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting strange, dancing shadows on the forest floor. It was then that they heard it, a soft, almost melodic sound, like a woman singing in the distance. "Do you hear that?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her friends nodded, their eyes wide with unease. "Sounds like singing," one of them said, her voice shaky. "I think it's coming from up ahead," Sarah replied, her heart pounding in her chest. Curiosity got the better of them, and they pressed on, following the sound through the dense underbrush. After what felt like hours of walking, they stumbled upon a small clearing, a place where the trees seemed to part as if to reveal a hidden secret. In the center of the clearing stood an old cabin, rotted wood and moss covering the walls, the roof sagging in places. Smoke curled from the chimney, though there was no visible fire inside. The windows were covered with tattered curtains, the glass so dirty they could barely see through it. "Do you think anyone's in there?" one of Sarah's friends asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," Sarah replied, her gaze fixed on the cabin. "Maybe it's abandoned." But as they stepped closer, the singing grew louder, clearer. It wasn't a song they recognized, and there was something unsettling about the sound, the way it seemed to echo in the trees, as if it was coming from everywhere at once. "Let's check it out," one of Sarah's friends said, her voice resolute, though her hands were trembling. They approached the cabin cautiously, the door creaking as they pushed it open. Inside, the air was musty, filled with the scent of decay and old wood. The floor was covered in dust and leaves, as if no one had stepped inside for years. The singing continued, now louder, more urgent. Sarah led the way through the dark rooms, her flashlight flickering as they moved from one dusty corner to another. It was in the back of the cabin that they found her, an old woman, sitting in a chair by the window, her eyes closed, her fingers moving rhythmically as if playing an invisible instrument. "Hello," Sarah called, her voice louder this time. The woman's eyes fluttered open, and she turned to look at them, a small smile on her lips. "Ah, visitors," she said, her voice musical, as if she were singing each word. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, her fear mounting. "I'm just a lonely old woman," the woman replied, her gaze distant. "Trapped in these woods, waiting for someone like you. Why are you here?" Sarah pressed, her voice steady, though her fear was palpable. "I was lost," the woman said, her voice soft, almost hypnotic. "Trapped between worlds, between the living and the dead." "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "This cabin, it's a doorway." The woman explained, her fingers still moving as if she were playing an invisible piano. "A place where the lines between reality and dreams blur." "Is that why you're singing?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes," the woman replied, her eyes closing again as if she were sinking into the music. "I can't leave, can't go back. So I sing, hoping someone will hear." "Can we help you?" Sarah asked, her voice breaking. "No," the woman replied, her tone gentle. "I've tried everything, tried to find my way out. But the trees, they keep me here. Is there a way to get out?" Sarah asked, her voice filled with hope. The woman opened her eyes and looked at Sarah, her gaze steady. "Not for me," she said, her voice calm. "But maybe for you, if you listen carefully." "Listen to what?" Sarah asked, her heart pounding. "Listen to the whispers in the wind," the woman replied, her fingers slowing, her eyes growing distant. "They'll guide you, they always do." With that, the woman's singing grew softer, the sound fading into the distance as if she were drifting away. Sarah and her friend stood in silence, watching as the woman disappeared, vanished into the shadows. They left the cabin that night, their minds spinning with what they had seen, the woman's voice still echoing in their heads. As they made their way back through the whispering pines, they could hear the trees whispering, soft, mournful sounds, as if the forest itself was crying for the lost soul trapped within it. They never spoke of the woman again, never told their friends what they had seen in the old cabin. But every so often, when they were alone, they would hear the singing, soft, haunting melodies, lost in the wind, as if the woman was still searching for a way out, and as they walked through the whispering pines, they couldn't help but wonder, what if they were next? What if the forest was calling to them, too? The train that never arrives. On the outskirts of a forgotten town, there was an old train station, long abandoned and overtaken by weeds. The tracks were rusted, the platform cracked, and the once grand clock tower stood silent, its hands frozen at 3:15 a.m. Locals avoided the place, speaking in hushed tones about the ghostly train that was said to visit the station on moonless nights. Eager for a story to reinvigorate his struggling blog, journalist Marcus decided to investigate. He arrived at the station just before midnight, armed with a flashlight, a camera, and a notebook. The air was eerily still, and a dense fog hung low over the tracks. Despite the chill in the air, Marcus felt a strange warmth. As if the station itself were alive and breathing, nothing but an old urban legend, he muttered to himself as he snapped a few photos of the crumbling building. As the hours ticked by, the silence became oppressive. Marcus began to wonder if he had wasted his time. Then, at exactly 3:15 a.m., he heard it, the distant, mournful wail of a train whistle. His heart raced as he turned toward the tracks, his flashlight trembling in his hand. Through the fog, he saw it, a massive steam locomotive, its dark, metallic body gleaming despite the lack of light. The train moved slowly, almost hesitantly, as it approached the station. There were no lights in the windows of the passenger cars. Only an impenetrable darkness. Marcus stepped closer, his curiosity outweighing his fear. The train came to a halt with a deafening screech, and the station was filled with the acrid smell of burning coal. The doors of the passenger cars slid open, revealing nothing but a yawning black void. "Hello?" Marcus called, his voice echoing in the stillness. No one answered. The train stood silent and imposing, its engine hissing softly, as if waiting for him. Driven by a mixture of bravery and foolhardiness, Marcus stepped onto the platform. He peered into the nearest car, but the darkness was so complete that it seemed to absorb the light from his flashlight. "Is anyone there?" he asked again. His voice shaking, a cold breeze swept through the station, carrying with it a faint whisper. It was barely audible, but Marcus could make out the words, "Come aboard." His instinct screamed at him to run, but his feet seemed glued to the ground. Before he knew it, he had stepped onto the train. The moment his foot touched the floor, the doors slammed shut behind him, and the whistle let out a piercing cry. The interior of the train was unlike anything Marcus had ever seen. The walls were lined with ornate carvings, and the seats were upholstered in deep crimson velvet. But the air was thick with a strange, suffocating energy, and the faces of the other passengers were obscured by shadows. "Where is this train going?" Marcus asked, turning to the nearest figure. The shadowy passenger slowly lifted its head, revealing empty eye sockets and a mouth twisted into a grotesque grin. "Nowhere you want to be," it rasped. Marcus stumbled backward, his flashlight flickering wildly. The other passengers turned to look at him, their faces equally hollow and lifeless. Panic set in as the train began to move, picking up speed with each passing second. Marcus ran down the aisle, searching for an exit, but the doors wouldn't budge. The windows offered no view, only an endless expanse of black. "Let me off!" he shouted, pounding on the walls. "I don't belong here." A deep, guttural laugh echoed through the train. Marcus turned to see the conductor standing at the far end of the car, a tall, skeletal figure clad in a tattered uniform. Its hollow eyes glowed with an unnatural light as it spoke. "Once you board the midnight train, there is no getting off," the conductor intoned, its voice reverberating through the car. "You are one of us now." "No!" Marcus cried, his mind racing for a way out. Desperation overtook him as he lunged for the emergency brake, yanking it with all his strength. The train screeched violently, throwing him to the floor. The lights flickered, and for a brief moment, he thought he had succeeded, but when he looked up, he was no longer on the train. He was back at the station, lying on the cracked platform. The train was gone, and the fog had lifted, revealing the faint glow of dawn. Relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. When Marcus tried to stand, he realized he couldn't move. His body felt heavy, and his limbs refused to obey him. It was then that he noticed the passengers standing on the platform around him, their shadowy faces watching in silence. Marcus tried to scream, but no sound came out. Slowly, he felt himself fading, his body dissolving into the cold morning air. To this day, travelers at the old station claim to hear faint whispers and the distant whistle of a train. Some say they've seen shadowy figures standing on the platform, their faces hidden by darkness. But none who have boarded the midnight train have ever been seen again. The lake of silent reflections, in the heart of a remote mountain range lay a lake unlike any other. Known as Silent Reflection, it was said to be cursed. The locals whispered that the water mirrored not just your face, but your deepest fears, secrets, and sins. Few dared to visit, and those who did often returned changed, or not at all. Lila, an avid hiker and amateur photographer, stumbled upon the legend while planning a trip. Intrigued by the mystery, she packed her gear and set out to find the lake, determined to capture its eerie beauty. The journey was arduous, the trail winding through dense forests and rocky outcroppings. After hours of trekking, Lila finally emerged into a clearing. There it was, the lake, perfectly still, its surface so smooth it resembled a giant mirror. The air around it was unnaturally quiet, no birds sang, no leaves rustled. The silence pressed against her ears, making her heart race. She approached the edge of the water, her reflection staring back at her with uncanny clarity. It was mesmerizing. She raised her camera to capture the scene but hesitated. The lens showed something different. Her reflection moved before she did, a shadow flitting across her mirrored face. Lila blinked, lowering the camera. The reflection was normal again. She laughed nervously, shaking her head. Just tired, she muttered and began snapping photos, but the oddities didn't stop. As she moved along the shore, her reflection seemed to lag behind, her movements out of sync. At one point, her reflection smiled, though her lips remained still. Panic crept in, but she forced herself to stay. "It's just my imagination," she told herself, unwilling to abandon the opportunity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lake's surface turned an inky black, yet the reflections remained unnervingly vivid. That's when she noticed them, other figures in the water. Dozens of them. They weren't her, their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow, and their mouths twisted in silent screams. A chill ran down Lila's spine. She spun around, expecting to see someone, anyone, but the clearing was empty. Her flashlight flickered as she turned it toward the water, illuminating nothing but the endless reflections of those haunting faces. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. The only response was the ripple of water as a cold breeze swept across the lake. One of the figures in the reflection stepped closer, its skeletal hand pressing against the surface as if it were trying to break through. Lila stumbled back, her heart pounding. She tried to run, but her legs felt heavy, as though the earth itself was holding her in place. "Lila," a voice whispered. It was faint, like a breath carried on the wind, but unmistakably hers. Her gaze snapped back to the water. Her reflection stood alone now, grinning wickedly. "You can't run," it said, its voice a distorted echo of her own. "You're already here." Lila screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the oppressive silence. Her reflection reached out of the water, its hand cold and wet as it gripped her wrist. She struggled, digging her heels into the muddy shore, but the pull was too strong. As she was dragged into the lake, the surface swallowed her without a splash. The last thing she saw was her reflection standing on the shore, watching her with a satisfied smirk. When hikers found Lila's camera weeks later, it lay untouched on the shore, its memory card filled with haunting photos. In every image, her reflection was there. Staring directly into the lens, even when the angle made it impossible, they say the lake still holds her, along with countless others who dared to confront its depths. And if you visit on a moonless night, you might see her reflection staring back at you, smiling, waiting for you to take her place. The town that disappears, far off the beaten path, surrounded by endless fields of wheat, there lies a town called Duskvale. It doesn't appear on any maps, and those who claim to have stumbled upon it describe it as both welcoming and unsettling. Duskvale, they say, feels frozen in time. The people are kind, the streets are pristine, and the air is heavy with the aroma of fresh-baked bread and blooming flowers. But every single visitor has reported one thing in common: they could never find the town again after leaving. Eager to solve the mystery, Alex, a journalist with a reputation for chasing urban legends, set out to find Duskvale. He followed vague directions from internet forums and old stories, driving for hours through the countryside. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, he saw it, a small, idyllic town nestled in the valley. The streets were lined with charming cottages, their windows glowing with warm light. People moved about, chatting cheerfully, waving at Alex as he passed. There was something dreamlike about it, like stepping into a postcard from the past. Alex parked his car near the town square, his heart racing with excitement. "Welcome to Duskvale," said a man in an old-fashioned suit, tipping his hat. "You must be tired from your journey. Please, join us at the inn for a warm meal." Alex hesitated but nodded, curious to immerse himself in the town's hospitality. The inn was cozy, with wooden beams and a roaring fire. The innkeeper, a plump woman with rosy cheeks, served him a hearty stew and fresh bread. "So, what brings you to our little corner of the world?" she asked, her tone pleasant but oddly probing. "I'm a journalist," Alex replied, looking into the stories about Duskvale. "People say the town disappears, that no one can ever find it twice." The innkeeper's smile faltered for a moment before returning, tighter than before. "Oh, those are just silly rumors," she said, quickly changing the subject. "You should stay the night and explore tomorrow. You'll see there's nothing strange about Duskvale." That night, Alex lay in the small but comfortable bed, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. The townsfolk had been friendly, but there was a strange undercurrent to their behavior, a tension beneath their smiles. As the clock struck midnight, he heard a faint sound, whispers, carried on the wind. He got up and peered out the window. The streets, bustling during the day, were now eerily empty. A shadow flitted past the inn, moving too quickly to be human. Alex grabbed his camera and notebook, his curiosity overriding his fear. He stepped outside, the cool night air prickling his skin. The town looked different in the dark, less inviting, more oppressive. The buildings seemed to loom over him, their windows like watching eyes. The whispers grew louder as he walked toward the town square. Shadows danced along the walls, though there was no light to cast them. In the center of the square stood a well, its stone walls slick with moss. The whispers seemed to emanate from it, drawing Alex closer. He leaned over the edge, shining his flashlight into the darkness. The beam illuminated nothing but endless black. Suddenly, a hand shot out, pale and skeletal, grabbing his wrist. Alex screamed, stumbling back as a figure began to climb out of the well. It was a woman, or what was left of one. Her skin was translucent, her eyes hollow, and her mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. "You shouldn't be here," she hissed. Her voice a chorus of whispers. "No one leaves Dusk Vale." Alex turned and ran, his heart pounding in his chest. As he reached the edge of town, he realized the streets were shifting, the paths changing. The idyllic village transformed into a twisted maze, the charming cottages now dilapidated and covered in vines. He finally found his car, but the engine wouldn't start. The whispers were all around him now, the shadows closing in. Desperate, Alex abandoned the car and ran into the fields, the tall wheat swallowing him whole. When the sun rose the next morning, there was no trace of Alex, his car, or the town of Duskvale. The valley was empty, just endless fields of wheat swaying in the breeze. Years later, a hiker found Alex's notebook, its pages filled with frantic scribbles and unsettling sketches of shadowy figures and the woman from the well. At the end, one sentence was scrawled over and over: "No one leaves Duskvale." To this day, travelers report glimpses of a quaint little town nestled in the valley. But those who venture into Duskvale never return, their stories swallowed by the whispers of the disappearing town. The Endless Hotel, miles from civilization, down a winding mountain road, stood a peculiar building known as the Manor Lodge. The structure, with its imposing stone facade and glowing windows, promised comfort and luxury to weary travelers. But those who entered often spoke of strange occurrences, if they ever returned to speak of them at all. Nathan, a freelance photographer, found himself at the hotel late one stormy night. His car had broken down, and with no cell service and the storm raging, he was grateful to see the flickering sign in the distance. The reception desk was staffed by a tall, thin man with a pale complexion and a too-wide smile. "Welcome to the Manor Lodge," the man said, his voice silky yet cold. "We're pleased to have you. Are you staying just for tonight?" "Yes," Nathan replied. "I'll be out first thing in the morning." "Of course," the man said, his smile never wavering. "Your room is ready. Room 209. Enjoy your stay." The elevator to the second floor was antiquated, its brass doors gleaming despite their age. As it ascended, the air grew heavy, as if the walls themselves were closing in. When the doors opened, Nathan stepped into a hallway that was eerily quiet, the only sound the faint hum of old light fixtures. Room 209 was at the very end of the hall. Inside, it was immaculately clean but unsettlingly sterile. The bed was neatly made, the furniture perfectly arranged. Yet there was a sense that no one had stayed there in a very long time. Nathan shrugged off his unease, chalking it up to exhaustion, and settled in for the night. At precisely midnight, Nathan woke with a start. A soft tapping sound echoed through the room. He sat up, his heart racing, and looked toward the door. The sound wasn't coming from outside, it was coming from the mirror above the dresser. He stared at his reflection, which stared back with wide, frightened eyes. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, until, to his horror, he realized it wasn't his reflection making the sound. It was something behind him. Nathan spun around, but the room was empty. His breath came in short gasps as he turned back to the mirror. His reflection was no longer his own. It was grinning, its eyes black voids. "You should leave," it whispered. Nathan scrambled out of the bed, his panic mounting. He grabbed his things and bolted into the hallway, only to find it completely transformed. The once pristine walls were now cracked and peeling, the lights flickering erratically. The air was thick with the stench of mildew. He ran to the elevator, but when he pressed the button, nothing happened. The stairs were his only option. As he descended, the building seemed to stretch endlessly. What should have been 2 flights turned into 10, then 20, with no end in sight. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, slow and deliberate. "Is someone there?" he called, his voice trembling. There was no reply, only the relentless footsteps growing closer. Finally, he burst through a door, expecting to find the lobby, but instead, he was back in room 209. The bed was freshly made, and his belongings were neatly arranged, as if he had never left. He staggered back, his mind racing. Was he losing his sanity? "You can't leave," a voice whispered, low and guttural. Nathan spun around to see a figure standing in the shadows, a tall, gaunt man with sunken eyes and a twisted smile. "The Manor Lodge doesn't let its guests check out." Nathan backed away, his hands shaking. "What do you want from me?" "To join us," the figure replied, stepping closer. "This place is hungry. It feeds on the lost, the desperate, and the curious. You should have kept driving." Nathan ran, his heart pounding, his only thought to escape. But no matter which door he opened or which hallway he ran down, he always ended up back in room 209. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows growing deeper, the whispers louder. By morning, Nathan was gone. His car remained abandoned on the roadside, and no one who searched the area ever found the Manor Lodge. Yet, travelers passing through the mountains have reported seeing a strange hotel in the distance on stormy nights, its windows glowing invitingly. Inside, the receptionist waits with his too wide smile, ready to welcome the next guest to the endless halls of the Manor Lodge. The Shadow Carnival, every 10 years, in the most unexpected of places, a peculiar carnival appears overnight. Its tents are black and crimson, its lights flicker like dying stars, and its music is an eerie blend of cheer and despair. No one knows who runs it, but the locals call it the Shadow Carnival, a place of wonder and nightmares. Visitors are warned never to stay past midnight, for those who do are never seen again. Emma and her friends had heard the stories. They had laughed them off as urban legends but couldn't resist the allure when they saw the glowing tents on the outskirts of their small town. It was as if the carnival called to them, the distant sound of pipe organs and laughter echoing through the crisp autumn air. "We'll just check it out," Emma said. "We'll leave before midnight." Her friends nodded, their excitement overriding their apprehension. The entrance to the carnival was marked by an arched gate with the words "Welcome to the Shadow Carnival" carved in jagged script. A man dressed in a faded ringmaster's costume greeted them with a deep bow. "Enjoy the wonders," he said, his voice as smooth as silk. "And remember, the show must end by midnight." They wandered the carnival, marveling at its strange attractions. A contortionist twisted her body into impossible shapes, smiling serenely all the while. A fire breather exhaled flames that danced like living creatures. One tent contained a mirror maze where reflections lingered just a moment too long before mimicking movements. It was thrilling, mesmerizing, and unsettling. As the night wore on, Emma noticed something odd. The carnival workers didn't seem to have shadows, even under the bright lights of the rides and games. When she pointed this out to her friends, they shrugged it off. "It's just a trick," one of them said. "Carnivals are full of illusions." But Emma couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air seemed heavier as the clock approached midnight, the music slower and distorted. She checked her watch. It was 11:45. "We should go," she said. Her friends groaned in protest but reluctantly agreed. As they made their way toward the exit, the carnival seemed to shift around them. Tents loomed closer together, blocking paths that had been open moments ago. The crowd thinned, and the laughter turned hollow. Emma's pulse quickened as they passed a fortune-teller's booth, leaving so soon. The old woman inside croaked. Her eyes glinted like shards of glass. "But the best is yet to come." "We're good," Emma said, pulling her friends along. "Let's hurry." The archway of the entrance was finally in sight, but as they approached, the ringmaster stepped into their path. His grin was wider now, his eyes gleaming with malice. "The show isn't over," he said. "You've barely begun to see what we offer." "We're leaving," Emma said firmly. The ringmaster tilted his head. His smile faltering. "That's unfortunate," he murmured. "No one leaves after midnight." Emma's heart sank as the clock in the center of the carnival struck 12. The sound reverberated through the air, and the carnival transformed before their eyes. The bright lights dimmed, replaced by an otherworldly glow. The workers' faces twisted into grotesque masks of shadow and smoke, their movements jerky and unnatural. "Run!" Emma screamed, dragging her friends toward the gate. But no matter how fast they ran, the archway seemed to grow farther away. The tents stretched impossibly tall, their fabric rippling like living skin. The carnival workers surrounded them, their shadowy forms closing in. One by one, Emma's friends were pulled into the darkness, their screams swallowed by the cacophony of the distorted music. Emma fought with everything she had, but a cold hand gripped her wrist, pulling her toward the center of the carnival. When the sun rose the next morning, the field where the carnival had stood was empty, save for a few scattered scraps of crimson and black fabric. The townspeople whispered about the missing teens, adding their names to the long list of those lost to the shadow carnival. Every decade, the carnival returns, its tents full of new wonders, and the faint, haunting laughter of those who stayed past midnight. The haunting of Blackwater Asylum. Blackwater Asylum stood isolated on a windswept cliff overlooking the sea. Abandoned for decades, the crumbling building had become a beacon for thrill-seekers and paranormal enthusiasts, all drawn to the tales of ghostly apparitions, chilling screams, and the lingering madness of those who once lived within its walls. Despite its haunted reputation, no one who spent a night there had ever spoken of their experiences, because none had ever returned. Emma and Jake, amateur ghost hunters with a growing online following, decided to take on Blackwater Asylum as their next challenge. They were armed with cameras, audio recorders, and a mix of skepticism and excitement. The plan was simple: explore the asylum overnight and capture evidence of the paranormal. They arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The asylum loomed ahead, its broken windows staring like empty eyes, the iron gates twisted and rusted. The wind howled through the surrounding trees, carrying with it the faint sound of waves crashing against the rocks below. "This place is perfect," Jake said, his voice tinged with awe as he filmed the exterior. "This is going to be our biggest video yet." Emma shivered, adjusting her jacket. "Let's just be careful. There's something about this place." They stepped inside, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The air was thick with dust and the smell of mildew. Graffiti covered the walls, but underneath the layers of vandalism, remnants of the asylum's past were visible: patient charts, rusted bed frames, and faded murals painted by long-forgotten hands. The first few hours passed uneventfully. They wandered the halls, filming the eerie atmosphere and narrating the asylum's grim history. Blackwater had been shut down in the 1950s after reports of inhumane treatment, including lobotomies and isolation therapy. Many patients had died within its walls, their bodies buried in unmarked graves on the grounds. It was around midnight when things began to change. Jake was filming in one of the patient rooms when his camera began to glitch. The screen flickered, and static crackled through his headphones. "Did you see that?" he asked, pointing toward the doorway. Emma turned, her flashlight illuminating the empty hall. "See what?" "I thought I saw someone." "Don't start freaking yourself out," Emma said, though her voice wavered. They continued deeper into the asylum, the oppressive silence broken only by the creak of their footsteps and the occasional drip of water. As they reached the basement stairs, Emma hesitated. "Do we really need to go down there?" she asked. "That's where the morgue is," Jake replied. "We can't leave without checking it out." The basement was colder, the air damp and heavy. Their flashlights revealed rusted gurneys and empty body drawers lining the walls. Jake set up a camera to film while they conducted an EVP session. "If there's anyone here with us, can you give us a sign?" Jake asked, his voice steady. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, faintly, the sound of a whisper echoed through the room. Emma froze. "Did you hear that?" Jake nodded, checking the audio recorder. "It's on here." "Let's ask another question. Who are you?" Emma asked. The reply was immediate. A guttural voice rasped, "Leave." The lights on their equipment flickered wildly. A sudden crash echoed from the far side of the room, and they turned to see a metal tray spinning on the floor. "We need to go," Emma said, her panic rising. But as they turned to leave, the doorway slammed shut with a deafening bang. The air grew colder still, their breath visible in the flashlight beams. Shadows seemed to move just beyond the edges of their vision, and the whispers grew louder, overlapping in an incomprehensible chorus. Emma screamed as a figure stepped out of the darkness, a man in a hospital gown, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes sunken and lifeless. He reached toward her, his fingers impossibly long. Jake grabbed her arm, pulling her away. "Run!" They bolted for the stairs, but the asylum seemed to shift around them. Hallways stretched longer, doors led to dead ends, and the shadows chased them relentlessly. "Why can't we find the exit?" Emma cried. Jake didn't answer, his focus on the path ahead. The whispers were deafening now, joined by the sound of footsteps and distant screams. They stumbled into the main hall, only to find the front doors gone. In their place was a solid wall. No, 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 Jake muttered, pounding on the wall in desperation. Emma turned, her flashlight shaking. The figures were closing in, dozens of them, patients, doctors, and nurses, their faces twisted with pain and rage. "We're not getting out of here," she whispered. The next morning, Blackwater Asylum stood silent and empty, as it always did. Emma and Jake's car remained parked outside, but there was no sign of the ghost hunters. Their cameras were later found. The footage showing their frantic escape and the haunting figures that had pursued them. Locals say that on quiet nights, you can hear screams coming from the asylum, along with the faint sound of footsteps and whispers. Those who dared to enter claimed to have seen shadows moving in the windows and heard voices calling their names. Blackwater Asylum remains a place of mystery and terror, a monument to the forgotten and the damned. And those who venture inside never leave, at least, not as they were. The Clockmaker's Curse. In the heart of a forgotten village, there was a small, unassuming shop known as Viren's Timepieces. The clockmaker, Viren, was a recluse, his shop filled with intricate clocks of every size and shape. Each one was a masterpiece, their ticking and chiming blending into a hauntingly beautiful symphony. But the villagers whispered of curses and strange disappearances, warning others to stay away from the shop after dark. Marion had always been fascinated by the clockmaker's craft. When her grandmother's old pocket watch broke, she decided to bring it to Viren's shop, ignoring the ominous tales. "It's just superstition," she told herself as she stepped through the door. A small bell announcing her arrival, the interior of the shop was mesmerizing. Clocks lined every wall, their pendulums swaying in perfect harmony. The air was thick with the scent of polished wood and aged brass. Viren emerged from the shadows, a tall, gaunt man with sharp features and piercing eyes. "You've brought me a challenge," he said, examining the watch without needing to ask its purpose. "It belonged to my grandmother," Marion said. "It's been in my family for generations." Viren nodded, his long fingers gently cradling the watch. "I can fix this. Return tomorrow, and it will be ready." As Marion turned to leave, her gaze fell on a peculiar clock in the corner of the room. It was unlike any she had ever seen, an ornate grandfather clock with swirling, silver engravings and a pendulum that seemed to shimmer unnaturally. "You like it?" Viren asked, his tone unreadable. "It's beautiful," she replied. "But strange." "It is my finest creation," he said softly. "And my curse." Marion felt a chill but nodded politely and left, the shop's bell echoing behind her. That night, she couldn't stop thinking about the clock. She dreamed of its pendulum, which seemed to swing not just in time but through time. In the dream, she saw visions of people trapped within the clock, faces frozen in anguish, their hands pressed against the glass. When she awoke, the sound of ticking filled her room. She sat up, her heart pounding, and realized it wasn't coming from her bedside clock but from the hallway. Fumbling for her flashlight, Marion followed the sound. It grew louder as she approached her living room, where she found an old wall clock that hadn't worked in years now ticking away furiously. She stared at it, her pulse quickening. "What is happening?" she whispered. The ticking suddenly stopped, replaced by a single, deep chime. Her vision blurred, and when she blinked, she was no longer in her house. Marion found herself standing in Viren's shop, though it was darker and colder than she remembered. The clocks on the walls now seemed menacing, their ticking erratic and harsh. The grandfather clock in the corner loomed larger, its pendulum glowing with an otherworldly light. "Viren?" She called, her voice trembling. A shadow moved near the clock, and Viren stepped into view. But he was different, his face gaunt, his eyes hollow. "You shouldn't have come back," he said, his voice echoing unnaturally. "I didn't," Marion began, but he raised a hand to silence her. "The clock chose you," he said. "It pulls those who are curious, those who linger too long in its presence." "What do you mean?" she asked, panic rising. "It's a doorway," he replied. "And once it opens for you, it never closes." The room seemed to shift around her. The clocks grew louder, their hands spinning wildly. Shadows spilled from the grandfather clock, coalescing into figures, ghostly, translucent forms with empty eyes. "They are the ones who came before you," Viren said. "Drawn by the clock's power, trapped by its curse." Marion stumbled back, but the shadows surged forward, their whispers filling her ears. "Help us," they pleaded. "Set us free." Viren watched as Marion struggled, his expression unreadable. "There is a way out," he said. "How?" She cried. "You must take my place," he said. "Every curse requires a keeper. Free me, and the clock will let you go." Marion hesitated, the shadows closing in around her. "What happens to me if I take your place?" "You become the guardian," he said. "Bound to the clock, keeping it contained. But you will still exist, unlike them." He gestured to the ghostly figures. Marion's mind raced. She couldn't condemn herself to this fate, but she also couldn't ignore the suffering of the souls trapped within the clock. As the shadows reached for her, she made her decision. "I'll do it," she said. The room fell silent, the ticking ceasing as Viren stepped forward. "Then it is done," he said. He touched her forehead, and a blinding light engulfed the room. When it faded, Marion stood alone. The shop was pristine again, the clocks ticking softly, and the grandfather clock's pendulum swung calmly. She glanced at her reflection in the glass and saw her eyes glowing faintly, her form slightly translucent. The curse was now hers. From that day forward, Viren's timepieces remained closed. Occasionally, villagers would hear the faint chime of a clock late at night, and some claimed to see a woman's shadow moving within the shop, but no one dared to enter, for they knew that once the clock chose you, there was no escape. The lighthouse at Dagger Point, at the edge of the jagged cliffs known as Dagger Point, stood an old lighthouse, its once bright beam now extinguished for over 50 years. Locals avoided the area, whispering about strange lights, eerie sounds, and the tragic fate of its last keeper. Some said the lighthouse was cursed, its darkness hiding secrets better left undisturbed. When Sarah, a marine biology student, arrived in the nearby village for her research, she found the rumors intriguing. The villagers warned her to stay away, but Sarah was drawn to the mystery. She told herself it was curiosity, not defiance, as she decided to visit the lighthouse. The path to Dagger Point was treacherous. A narrow trail lined with thorny bushes and loose rocks. The closer Sarah got to the lighthouse, the heavier the air felt, as if the land itself resisted her presence. The towering structure loomed ahead, its once white walls now weathered and streaked with grime. As she reached the base, she noticed the door was slightly ajar. Sarah hesitated. "It's just an old building," she muttered, pushing the door open. The interior smelled of salt and mildew. Dust coated every surface, and cobwebs hung like tattered curtains. The spiral staircase leading to the top was intact but creaked ominously under her weight. As Sarah climbed, she spotted remnants of the past, a broken lantern, a tattered journal, and a faded photograph of a man with sorrowful eyes. At the top, the lantern room offered a stunning view of the sea. Sarah stood in awe, the crashing waves below blending with the eerie silence of the lighthouse. She was about to leave when she noticed something odd. Through the fog, she saw a faint light flickering on the horizon, another ship. She wondered aloud. But the light didn't move. It seemed to pulse, almost like a signal. Suddenly, the air grew cold, and the hair on the back of her neck stood up. She turned and froze. A figure stood in the corner of the room, a man in an old keeper's uniform, his face pale and expressionless. Sarah stumbled back, her heart racing. "Who are you?" she demanded. The figure didn't respond. Instead, he raised an arm and pointed toward the sea. Following his gesture, Sarah looked out the window again. This time, she saw something more than a flickering light, a shadowy shape moving across the water, growing larger. "What is that?" she whispered. The figure turned to face her, his eyes filled with desperation. "You must relight the lantern," he said, his voice barely audible over the rising wind. Before Sarah could ask what he meant, the room shook violently. The glass windows rattled, and the shadow on the water drew closer, its outline becoming clearer. It was a ship, but it looked wrong, its sails tattered, its hull blackened as if burned. And from its deck came an otherworldly wail that chilled Sarah to her core. "Light the lantern, or they will come for you," the man repeated, his form flickering like a dying flame. Panic surged through Sarah as she searched the room for a way to ignite the ancient lantern. She found a box of matches and frantically struck one, but the wick wouldn't catch. Outside, the ghostly ship was almost upon the cliffs, its wailing growing louder, joined by the sound of splintering wood and heavy chains. "Please," she cried, turning to the apparition of the keeper. "Help me." The man raised his hands, and the lantern suddenly burst to life, its golden beam piercing the fog and illuminating the sea below. The ship halted, its ghostly crew screaming as the light touched them. Slowly, it began to retreat, its form dissolving into the mist. The lighthouse grew silent once more. Sarah collapsed to the floor, trembling. When she looked up, the keeper was gone. The next morning, Sarah returned to the village, shaken but alive. She tried to tell the locals what had happened, but they only exchanged knowing glances. "You saw him, didn't you?" one elderly woman asked. "The last keeper." Sarah nodded. "Who was he? What happened to him?" The woman sighed. "He was a good man, dedicated to his duty. But one night, a shipwreck claimed his wife and daughter. He blamed himself for not keeping the light on, even though the storm had extinguished it. After that, he disappeared. Or so we thought. Some say his spirit stayed to ensure no other ships meet the same fate." Sarah felt a chill. What about the ship I saw? The woman's face darkened. That's the eternal tide, a cursed vessel that seeks lost souls. It comes for those who stray too close to the cliffs. Without the lighthouse, it would take them all. Though she left the village days later, Sarah couldn't forget the lighthouse or the keeper's sacrifice. Years passed, and the story faded into memory, but on stormy nights, she would sometimes hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the faint wail of the eternal tide. And she knew the light at Dagger Point was still watching, guarding against the darkness that lurked beyond the horizon. The cemetery keeper's promise, at the edge of town, where the woods grew thick and the air always seemed colder, lay Gray Hollow Cemetery. It was ancient, the headstones worn and moss-covered, with stories of those long forgotten etched in the crumbling stone. Few ventured there after dark, but everyone knew of Elias, the cemetery keeper. Elias was a quiet man who had tended Gray Hollow for over 50 years. He lived in a small house on the cemetery grounds, surrounded by the dead. The townsfolk often wondered why he stayed, his life devoted to such a bleak place. When asked, he would only say, "I made a promise." One crisp autumn evening, a local historian named Claire arrived at the cemetery. She was researching the town's past and had heard whispers of Elias's stories. The keeper met her at the gate, his lantern casting long shadows on the gravel path. "You shouldn't be here after dark," Elias warned, his voice rough but kind. "I'll be quick," Claire said, clutching her notebook. "I just want to ask a few questions." Elias sighed but nodded. "Stay close, then. And don't wander." They walked among the graves, the lantern's light flickering across names and dates lost to time. Claire asked about the cemetery's history, jotting down notes as Elias spoke of old families, unmarked graves, and the legends that surrounded Gray Hollow, but as they neared the older section of the cemetery, Elias grew quiet. He stopped by a grave with a headstone that had long since crumbled, leaving only a jagged stone in its place. "Who's buried here?" Claire asked. Elias hesitated. "Someone I failed." Before Claire could ask what he meant, the wind picked up, and the trees began to sway violently. The air grew icy, and a low whisper seemed to rise from the ground. "We need to leave," Elias said firmly, turning back toward the newer graves. As they walked, Claire couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to move just beyond the lantern's glow, and the whispers grew louder, forming words she couldn't quite understand. "Elias," she said, her voice trembling, "what's happening?" "They're restless tonight," he replied, his pace quickening. "Some nights are worse than others." A sharp cry echoed through the cemetery, followed by a chilling laugh. Claire froze, her heart pounding. What was that? "Keep moving," Elias said, his tone leaving no room for argument. They reached the gates, but as Elias pushed them open, the air seemed to shift. A dense fog rolled in, obscuring the path. From the mist, a figure emerged, a woman in a tattered gown, her eyes hollow and glowing faintly. "Elias." She whispered, her voice carrying a sorrowful echo. Claire stepped back, fear gripping her. "Who is she?" "The one I failed," Elias said, his voice heavy with regret. The woman reached out a spectral hand. "You promised," she said. Elias nodded. "I know. And I will keep it." He handed the lantern to Claire. "Take this and go. Don't look back." "But, go," he barked, his sternness snapping her out of her shock. Claire stumbled through the gate, the fog parting just enough to show her the way. Behind her, she heard Elias speaking to the woman, his voice low and sorrowful. Then came the sound of the wind roaring, the whispers turning to anguished cries. When Claire reached the road, she turned back, but the fog had swallowed the cemetery completely. The next morning, she returned, but Elias was gone. The small house was empty, his belongings untouched. On his desk, Claire found an old journal. The entries told the story of a woman named Lila, who had died under mysterious circumstances decades ago. Elias had been the one to bury her, but strange occurrences followed her death: unnatural storms, graves disturbed, and ghostly figures roaming the cemetery. The final entry read, "Lila's spirit will not rest until the truth is revealed. I made a promise to watch over her grave, to keep her tethered until I can make things right. If I fail, she will take me instead. Tonight, I must face her one last time." Gray Hollow Cemetery remains, but no one has taken Elias's place as keeper. Some say they see his lantern light flickering in the fog, guiding lost souls back to their graves. And on stormy nights, a woman's sorrowful cry can be heard, carried on the wind. The townsfolk tell Claire's story, warning others to leave the cemetery undisturbed. For the dead at Gray Hollow have their keeper, and his promise is eternal. The house that called them, on the outskirts of a forgotten town, stood a sprawling Victorian mansion, its once grand facade now weathered and overgrown with ivy. Locals called it Ravenwood Manor, though no one had lived there for decades. Children dared each other to approach its rusted gates, and travelers passing by swore they saw lights flickering in the windows. Despite the house being abandoned, Amara, a writer searching for inspiration, found herself drawn to Ravenwood. A haunted house, she mused, her curiosity overpowering her apprehension. When she learned the property was for sale at a shockingly low price, she decided to buy it, hoping its secrets would inspire her next novel. From the moment she stepped through the door, Amara felt the house's presence. The air inside was heavy, carrying the faint scent of damp wood and something metallic. The grand staircase loomed ahead, its banisters carved with intricate designs, and the walls were lined with faded portraits whose eyes seemed to follow her. Ignoring the unease prickling at the back of her neck, Amara explored the house. She found a library filled with dusty tomes, a parlor with a piano covered in cobwebs, and a locked door at the end of a long hallway. The door wouldn't budge, but as Amara leaned closer, she thought she heard faint whispers behind it. "Hello," she called, but the whispers stopped. Shaking off the chill that crept down her spine, she decided to leave it for another day. That night, Amara set up her bedroom in one of the less decayed rooms. She lit a few candles, pulled out her notebook, and began jotting down ideas. But as the hours passed, a rhythmic tapping sound interrupted her thoughts. She searched the room, finding nothing. The tapping grew louder, coming from the hallway. Heart pounding, she opened the door and peered out. The corridor was dark, the faint moonlight from a cracked window barely illuminating the space. The tapping continued, leading her toward the locked door at the end of the hall. Amara reached the door, her hand trembling as she touched the knob. This time, it turned easily. The door creaked open to reveal a small room with a single window, its panes streaked with grime. In the center of the room was an old rocking chair, swaying gently as if someone had just left it. On the floor lay a child's toy, a wooden top carved with strange symbols. Amara picked it up, feeling an inexplicable sadness wash over her. "You shouldn't have come here," a voice whispered behind her. She spun around, but the room was empty. Over the following days, the house seemed to come alive. Doors opened and closed on their own. The piano in the parlor played soft, haunting melodies at night. Shadows moved in the corners of her vision, vanishing when she turned to look. Amara's dreams were filled with images of children playing in the halls, their laughter echoing eerily. But the dreams always ended the same way, with the children disappearing, their laughter replaced by screams, and the rocking chair swaying in the dim room. One night, she woke to find her notebook missing. Following a trail of papers scattered down the hall, she ended up in the library. The fireplace, unused for decades, roared to life, illuminating a figure standing by the shelves. It was a woman, dressed in a tattered black gown, her face pale and gaunt. "You shouldn't have come," the woman said, her voice layered with despair and anger. Amara found herself rooted in place as the woman stepped closer. "This house is hungry," she continued. "It calls to those it needs, and once you're here, it doesn't let go." "What do you mean?" Amara managed to ask, her voice shaking. "The children," the woman said, gesturing toward the shadows flickering on the walls. "It took them first. Then their parents. Now it's your turn." Amara tried to run, but the room seemed to twist and stretch, the door moving farther away with every step. Laughter filled the air, not joyful, but mocking. The house's hold on Amara tightened with each passing day. Her reflection in the mirror grew pale and hollow-eyed, and the whispers became constant, calling her name. She realized she wasn't writing her novel anymore. The words scrawled in her notebook weren't hers. They were fragmented thoughts, pleas for help, and warnings in a child's handwriting. Desperate, Amara tried to leave. But no matter how far she walked, the road always brought her back to Ravenwood. The house loomed before her, its windows glowing like eyes watching her every move. One final night, as the whispers reached a deafening crescendo, Amara returned to the locked room. The rocking chair swayed violently, and the symbols on the wooden top glowed faintly. "Take my place," a child's voice whispered. "Let us go." Amara understood then. Ravenwood needed a caretaker, someone to hold its secrets and bear its curse. If she stayed, the others might be free. Tears streaming down her face, she whispered, "I'll do it." The house fell silent. The shadows retreated, and the whispers faded. For a moment, Amara thought she was alone. But as she sat in the rocking chair, she felt the house settle around her, its presence enveloping her completely. Outside, the townsfolk noticed the lights in Ravenwood's windows glowing steadily for the first time in decades. Travelers no longer saw flickering lights or heard eerie sounds, but none dared approach. Amara's name was never spoken again, but those who passed by the mansion sometimes swore they saw a figure in the window, a woman, her face pale and sad, watching over the house that had claimed her. The Whispering Pines, in the heart of the dense Whispering Pines forest, stood an old, abandoned cabin. It was hidden away, the dense foliage concealing it from the eyes of anyone who wasn't looking closely. Locals spoke of the cabin with hushed tones, their eyes darting to the ground when asked about it. Some claimed it was cursed, others said it was haunted. Ethan, a photographer looking for the perfect shot to complete his portfolio, had heard the stories but was undeterred. Intrigued by the idea of capturing something truly mysterious, he decided to hike into the forest and find the cabin. Armed with his camera and supplies, he set out at dawn, his determination driven by the need for the perfect shot. The trek through the whispering pines was challenging. The trees grew close together, their branches interweaving above, creating a canopy that blocked out most of the light. Ethan felt watched, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up as he moved deeper into the woods. Birds called from above, but there was a silence beneath it all, a stillness that seemed unnatural. Hours passed, and the shadows grew longer. Ethan began to worry he might not find the cabin before dark. Just as he was about to turn back, he saw it, a small, weathered structure nestled between two towering pines. The cabin looked as though it had been abandoned for decades, its roof caved in and windows broken. He approached cautiously, his hand reaching for the door. The wood was cold and covered in moss, and when he pushed it open, the hinges creaked loudly. The inside was dark, the only light coming from a small hole in the roof. Dust covered everything, and the smell of mildew hung heavy in the air. Ethan hesitated, looking around the room. There were remnants of someone's life scattered across the floor, an old rocking chair, a broken lantern, and a stack of newspapers yellowed with age. His fingers grazed a sheet of paper on the ground, and he picked it up, brushing off the dirt. The note was dated from the early 1900s. It was written in a shaky hand, the ink faded but still legible. It spoke of strange noises at night, of whispers in the darkness that seemed to come from nowhere. The writer mentioned feeling watched, paranoia growing stronger with each passing day. Ethan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he read it. He took a few pictures of the note, then moved deeper into the cabin. There was a small kitchen area with rusted utensils and broken dishes scattered on the floor. The fireplace was filled with ashes, but the outline of a face seemed to be etched into the stones, faint, but unmistakable. Ethan's breath quickened, and he pulled out his camera, capturing the image. As he snapped the photo, the temperature in the cabin seemed to drop. And the whispers began again, low and indistinct, as if coming from just behind him. He spun around, his heart pounding, but there was nothing. The whispers grew louder, and Ethan felt a sudden pressure on his chest, as though he was being smothered. He tried to back away, but the room seemed to shrink around him, the walls closing in. "Hello?" he called, his voice shaky. "Is anyone here?" The whispers answered, a chorus of voices, too many to count, all speaking at once. Ethan couldn't make out the words, only the sound, a low hum, like wind through a narrow tunnel. Panic set in, and he started snapping pictures furiously, hoping to capture something, anything, to explain what was happening. As he moved toward the door, the whispers grew louder, and the room seemed to fill with a strange, glowing mist. Shadows moved within the fog, shapes that seemed almost human. Ethan reached for the door, his fingers trembling, but it was as though the wood had become liquid. His hand passed through it as if it weren't there. Desperate, Ethan turned and ran back into the main room. The shadows followed him, moving with unnatural speed, shifting and merging into each other. He felt a cold breeze against his back, as if the whispers were trying to pull him deeper into the darkness. He raised his camera, hoping to capture a glimpse of whatever was in the fog. The shutter clicked, and for a moment, the mist cleared, revealing the figure of a woman, her eyes hollow and her mouth moving as if speaking. But no sound came out, only the whispers. Ethan felt himself being drawn forward, as though his feet were no longer his own. The room seemed to expand and contract with every step, and he realized he was losing his grip on reality. The figure in the mist moved closer, and for the first time, Ethan heard her voice, soft, mournful, speaking his name. "Ethan," she said, her voice cutting through the whispers. "You shouldn't be here." "Who are you?" Ethan managed to ask, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Pines," she replied, her image wavering as though seen through water. "This place calls to those who have unfinished business, those who are lost. I'm here to keep them from being consumed." "What do you want from me?" Ethan asked, terror in his voice. "I need you to leave," she said. "You can't stay. You must take my place." Ethan's heart pounded as he took a step back, his mind racing. "I can't stay here," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "You have to," she replied, her eyes pleading. "This place is trapped between worlds. You have to hold it, or it will consume everything." He shook his head, trying to find his way out of the room. "I don't understand." "Not everyone who enters comes back," she said, her form flickering again. "You have to choose, leave and forget, or stay and become a part of the forest." The room grew colder, and Ethan knew he couldn't stay. Summoning every ounce of courage, he turned and ran for the door, the whispers and shadows chasing him. He burst into the open air, gasping for breath, and turned to see the cabin shrinking behind him, the fog closing in. The last thing he saw was the woman's face in the mist, her eyes filled with sorrow. As he ran through the trees, Ethan knew he had escaped something ancient and terrible. He made it back to his car and didn't stop until he was miles away from the Whispering Pines. That night, he dreamed of the cabin and the woman, her voice calling to him across the dark woods. The next morning, the cabin was gone, disappeared into the mist as if it had never been there. No trace of it remained, not even the memory of its existence. Ethan never went back to the Whispering Pines, and though he tried to forget, the whispers never quite left him, whispering of the secrets held within the dark woods. The dolls in the attic. There was an old house on the edge of town, its paint peeling and windows shuttered against the sun. It had been empty for as long as anyone could remember, but rumor had it that the attic was still full of strange, old dolls, hundreds of them, each one different, each with its own haunting eyes. Lily, a young woman looking for a unique setting for her photography portfolio, had always been fascinated by the abandoned and the eerie. When she heard about the dolls, she knew she had to see them for herself. She managed to track down the house's owner, an elderly woman named Mrs. Barrett, who reluctantly agreed to let her in, on the condition that Lily didn't go into the attic. The house was just as Lily had imagined, dusty, filled with old furniture covered in white sheets, and the air thick with the smell of decay. Mrs. Barrett followed her through the house, keeping an eye on Lily as they explored the downstairs rooms. Each one was filled with remnants of a past life, family photos, old furniture, toys strewn across the floor. But it was the dolls that drew Lily's attention. "These aren't just any dolls," Mrs. Barrett said, her voice low. "They're from my family's collection. They were given to each generation as they grew up." "Why are they in the attic?" Lily asked, her curiosity piqued. Mrs. Barrett hesitated. "After my daughter passed away, I couldn't bear to look at them. So I put them away. But now, I think they want something." As they moved from room to room, Lily's unease grew. The dolls seemed to watch her, their eyes following her every move. Some were cracked, some were missing limbs, but all had the same glassy, unblinking gaze. "I'm just going to take a quick look," Lily said, finally setting her camera down. She felt Mrs. Barrett's eyes on her, watching, but something about the dolls called to her. The door to the attic was in a small hallway, hidden behind a folding screen. When she pulled it aside, the stairs leading up creaked under her weight. Mrs. Barrett grabbed her arm. "Lily, I'm serious. Don't go up there." "I'll be fine," Lily assured her. Slipping away before Mrs. Barrett could stop her, the attic was musty and dimly lit, the air thick with dust. Boxes were stacked against the walls, filled with old clothes, photographs, and more dolls. Lily's heart raced as she made her way through the maze of boxes, her camera clicking with each step. The dolls were everywhere, on shelves, in boxes, sitting on the floor as though they had been set there and forgotten. Some were porcelain, others cloth, and each had its own expression, serious, sad, angry. As Lily approached, it felt as though the room was growing colder. The light from her flashlight seemed to flicker and waver, casting eerie shadows across the room. She turned a corner and gasped. A large glass case stood against one wall. Its shelves filled with the most elaborate dolls she had ever seen. These were different from the others. Their eyes were larger, more expressive, and though they were perfectly still, Lily felt as though they were watching her. "Lily." Mrs. Barrett's voice was a whisper from below. "Please, come down." But Lily couldn't tear herself away. The dolls were mesmerizing, and she moved closer to the case, her camera snapping pictures. The moment she touched the glass, the room seemed to grow even colder. The dolls in the case began to move, just slightly, the heads tilting to follow her, their eyes following her every movement. Lily blinked, thinking she was imagining it, but when she looked again, their expressions had shifted, smiles had turned to frowns, and some of the dolls seemed to be whispering. She took a step back, her breath coming faster. "Mrs. Barrett, I think we should, Lily, get down from there now." Mrs. Barrett's voice was panicked, her hands trembling, but Lily couldn't move. She felt drawn to the dolls, as though they were calling to her. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the glass. The moment she touched the case, the room went completely dark. The temperature dropped, and a low, breathy whisper filled the air, the doll's eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. The whispers grew louder, surrounding her, demanding her attention. "Lily." The voice said. A dozen voices blending into one. "Come play with us." Lily turned, but there was no sign of the door, just more darkness. The dolls in the case were no longer behind glass. They stood around her, their expressions more animated, their eyes locked onto hers. "Leave us," Mrs. Barrett's voice said, almost unrecognizable now. "Please, just leave." But Lily couldn't move. She felt herself drawn to the dolls, as though they had a power over her that she couldn't escape. Lily, Mrs. Barrett's voice was almost a scream now. Don't make a deal with them. Deal? Lily managed to ask, her voice cracking. What do they want? They want to be free, Mrs. Barrett said, her voice breaking. They want a new playmate, someone to take care of them. But once you're theirs, they don't let you go. Take me. A doll's voice cried, its eyes glowing brighter. Let me out. Lily felt herself reaching out, her fingers grazing the glass again. I don't want to hurt anyone. Then don't make the deal. Mrs. Barrett shouted, her voice breaking. There's a way to leave, just say goodbye. Lily took a deep breath, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Goodbye. The doll's eyes flickered, and the room seemed to shake. The darkness receded, the whispers grew softer, and the glass case reappeared, the dolls inside no longer moving. Lily ran down the stairs, her heart pounding in her chest. Mrs. Barrett was waiting for her at the bottom, her eyes wide with fear. Are you okay? She asked, grabbing Lily's arm. I don't know, Lily replied, her voice trembling. But I'm leaving. Together, they left the house, never looking back. The attic door was locked and they returned, and the house remained empty. Rumors spread that Mrs. Barrett had given away the dolls, but no one knew where they had gone. As for Lily, she never spoke of what she had seen. But every night, she would hear the whispers, the ones that seemed to come from just behind her, calling her name. The Silent Grove, in a small, isolated village surrounded by dense forest, there was a place known only as the Silent Grove. It was said that the trees in this grove whispered secrets to each other, their leaves rustling with every gust of wind. The villagers avoided the grove at all costs, for to step foot inside was to risk hearing the dark secrets of their own lives, the whispers of truths they'd rather not face. Emily had always been a curious child. Her parents often warned her to stay away from the grove, but something about it drew her in. At the age of 12, she was old enough to understand why the villagers were so afraid, yet young enough to still be fascinated by the unknown. One summer afternoon, when the sun was high and the air thick with humidity, Emily decided to explore the Silent Grove. Her friends warned her not to go, but she was determined. She took a basket with her, packed with sandwiches and a thermos of lemonade, and set off on her journey into the dark woods. The grove was deeper than Emily had expected. The trees were tall, their branches twisting above, blocking out the light. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of leaves, and the air was heavy with the scent of pine and earth. Emily walked carefully, listening for any strange sounds, but all she could hear was the occasional rustle of a bird or the distant call of a fox. As she ventured deeper, she began to feel watched. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she turned to see if someone was following her. But there was no one, just the silent, looming trees. Emily shook off the feeling and pressed on, determined to see what lay at the heart of the Silent Grove. After what felt like hours of walking, she came across a small clearing, the trees parting to reveal a circle of stones. The air was cooler here, the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the canopy. In the center of the circle was an ancient-looking tree, its bark twisted and gnarled. Emily felt drawn to it, as though it was calling to her. She approached cautiously, her fingers tracing the carvings in the stone circle. Some were faded, while others seemed to glow as though they had been recently made. Emily leaned in closer, trying to make out the words, but they were in a language she didn't recognize. She reached into her bag and pulled out a pencil, carefully rubbing it over the carvings to make an impression. As she did so, the wind picked up, swirling around the grove. Emily's hair whipped around her face, and she looked up to see the leaves of the tree moving as though they were alive. A shiver ran down her spine, and she took a step back. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The wind answered her, the leaves rustling softly. "We are the whispers of the silent grove," a voice said, low and soothing. "We know your secrets, Emily." Emily's heart raced. "What do you want with me?" "Listen," the voice said, growing stronger. "Listen to your own truth." The wind grew stronger, pushing Emily back against the tree. The whispers were no longer faint, they were loud, the words coming faster and faster until they merged into a single, overwhelming hum. Emily clutched her ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was as though the whispers were inside her head. "Why are you here?" the voice asked, and this time, Emily could make out the words clearly. "What do you seek?" "I don't know," Emily admitted, her voice trembling. "I just wanted to understand." The whispers grew louder still, a chorus of voices speaking over each other, demanding answers. Emily felt as though she was being suffocated by the sound, the words crowding her thoughts. "Look inside yourself, Emily," the voice said, its tone softer now. "You know what you need to hear." Closing her eyes, Emily tried to block out the whispers, to find a moment of silence in the chaos. It was difficult, the noise overwhelming, but gradually, she began to focus on her own thoughts, on the things she had been keeping hidden from herself. She saw her fears, her regrets, the secrets she had never told anyone. As the whispers grew fainter, Emily felt a release, a sense of understanding that she hadn't had before. The tree seemed to glow, its leaves brighter now, and for a moment, Emily felt as though she was not alone. "I understand," she said, her voice steady now. "I know what I need to do." The wind died down, the whispers fading away. Emily opened her eyes to find herself alone in the clearing, the silent grove silent once more. She took a deep breath and picked up her bag, her heart lighter. As she left the grove, Emily felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The secrets were still there, but now she knew what she needed to do with them. From that day forward, Emily would return to the silent grove whenever she needed guidance. The whispers never spoke again, but she felt their presence, their watchful eyes as she navigated the complexities of her life. The villagers continued to avoid the grove, whispering about the girl who had spoken with the whispers. But Emily knew better. The silent grove was not a place of danger, it was a place of truth, a silent space where one could hear the whispers of their own heart.